Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. I knew you'd be here.
I'm here, and you know what? It has started snowing finally. So we're getting our snow finally.
We haven't got any snow yet.
Shabbat shalom, Miss Chandra.
She's frozen.
She's frozen. There she is. She's moving now. Yeah, our son, he texted
Morning, Miss Tasha. How are you?
She's catching up. I even heard me on that one.
I see Brother Joe's not frozen from being out fishing in this weather.
No, he's went fishing every day this week. Well, of course, except for today. Yeah, he goes out in the coldest of the cold, and I will too if it's not, the wind's not blowing. But well, the wind was blowing, so. But yeah, we're watching the snowflakes come down, and so it's nice. What about you, Sandra? Do you have any terrible weather up that way?
Oh, it's just cold and freezing and snowing off and on.
Oh,
this time of year, it happens always this time of year.
Yeah.
The bulk of the cold come. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Days are getting longer.
That's good, though. I'm going to be thankful for the days getting longer.
Isn't that a blessing when that happens?
Yes, it is. I love it when the days get longer. You know, I thought it was kind of strange. I listen to this broadcast occasionally of a Jewish guy named Ari Goldberg, I think is his name. I don't know, but anyway, he how I got familiar with him is he sings this little song at Hanukkah. It's Hanukkah light shine so bright. It's real popular, and it's always been one of the kids' favorites when they were growing up. But I had checked into his broadcast yesterday. He puts up one every week. And the name of his broadcast, I didn't get to finish it because I was in the middle of my preparation, was Bo. Can you believe that? It was Bo. So I told Joe, I listened to a little bit of it a while ago. I said, I'm going to have to go back and listen and see. But he was talking about Musha and how when they were leaving out of Egypt, and he was talking about the light in their dwellings, and how that presence there was something that we, it wasn't just like light, like we think of light, that it was his actual. Hey, Phil.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing great. So, but anyway, I thought that was so neat. So I told Joe, I said, I'm going to go back and listen to that. Hey, Sister Roz.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're doing fine. Are you doing good this morning?
I was up till 2 last night with the AFib. So
yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Well, you know what? Praise Yahuwah for the AFib. He gives you strength, and so we're going to praise him for that. We're going to praise him for that.
I know.
Yeah.
And I do.
That's right. I know you do. So we're going to thank him, and we're going to keep praying.
Yeah. Thank you. It's just a lot going on over here.
Is there much ice down there? You guys living in that area?
We don't have any ice or snow yet, but it's pretty cold.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
just
we
wondered, they're
we
talking about it so bad, they're going on and on and on about it. I just didn't know. So
I think they made it up so that they could sell out of all the food so they could restock.
yeah, maybe. Let's hope.
I just think they made it up because I think it was so strange. They started all of this, and all of a sudden, I'm getting, I don't know if you guys did, but I was getting an influx of emails. And it was all kinds of emails like, buy your coat now, buy your coat now. This big storm is coming, buy you a
Right.
car now, 4-wheel drive. This big storm's coming. I'm like, what is all this stuff?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
What?
June,
well,
after
this,
you told me, texted me yesterday that the grocery stores were empty and Publix was empty. And we went to Kroger one day and then we went to Publix yesterday. And yeah, the shelves are emptying out. It's so funny. We've never seen anything like this before storm.
Yeah.
well,
Well,
the media keeps saying it's like epic storm of the century, one time event. So that's why I think everybody's, who knows?
yeah, I don't. Well, I just don't understand where they're getting that epic. But I know, he talked to her son this morning. They've got an inch. They're in Memphis, and that's not uncommon for them. But he said when he went to the store yesterday, he said, "Mom, what's up?" He said, "Usually when you have a snow threat, he said you still have plenty of produce to choose from." And I said, that was the same thing we experienced here. And all of our daughters, they live about an hour and a half from us. They were saying there's no produce. All the
Yeah.
produce is gone. So I don't know what's
Really?
up with
Yeah. I don't know. They hyped it up pretty good. That's why I just wondered. I was hoping it wasn't true. So
They probably
you know
have
how that
motor
went.
truck cargo held up somewhere is why that happened. It's usually motor truck cargo is not able
Well,
to
I
make
mean,
delivery.
yeah, if that ice that they predicted, ice is bad news. I mean, power will go out. That's why I was wondering. I was hoping it wasn't doing that. So
What do we hear about all the time? We hear about ice, okay?
yeah,
So isn't this another form of ice by this ice storm? And so they're also having an ice storm with going and arresting people.
yeah, exactly.
That's
Oh
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
who knows?
And I they do a play on words a lot of times. I've seen it before, when
Oh
they
yeah, it's
do
all
it.
psyop. Yep, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a mental thing so that people, when they get it, it's like, oh, ice, we have to be afraid of it, ice, So it's a spiritual attack.
You might have something there, Roz. Just the
Uh-huh.
word ice just sends
Yeah.
chills in everybody.
Yeah.
Well, they've done all this on purpose. So I mean, let all this happen.
Well,
So and they come to the rescue with a severe, you know what I mean. So who knows?
yeah. I said it yesterday. My brother-in-law's son actually works over at Stennis, which is in Mississippi, which is where they make the fake clouds and they seed the clouds. And I said again yesterday that I don't believe in anything with NASA. And he said, well, my son works there.
No,
I
I
said, I
don't
know.
either.
And I said, it's not that I don't believe him. I said, it's that I don't believe NASA, because we know the whole story about it. And so, but they'll actually make a cloud, and within a half an hour to an hour, it'll rain somewhere. If the clouds stay over them, it'll rain over that one area. But they seed it all the time. And I believe that's why they had such, because I'm in the area where they said it was like a vortex, I think, last year with the snow that came. And New Orleans got 10 inches of snow, and so did Metairie and a lot of the southern part of Louisiana. And so, you have to look at it the way that they're trying to get you to think about it. And what, they're manipulating it, but we can still rebuke it. I started rebuking it yesterday about it, and asked the Father to not let it be.
You know, you're not the only one that's been asking him to make it not, at least not so hard.
Yeah. No, I know all of us do. I'm just, we all have to do our part in it. Got to find a notebook. I'll be right back.
I've missed hearing Phil's bird. Haven't you all?
She's making noise a little bit. Yeah, Casper. You need to say something hi to Phyllis. Say hi to Phyllis, Casper. Say hello. It's cold here, so I got to keep the hood on there a little bit to retain some of the heat, you know. So that's why you might not be able to see her as well.
Yeah, I was listening to one of the broadcast, the Shabbat broadcast from about 2 years ago yesterday, and you had disappeared from the screen, Phil, but the bird was sitting there, and Mark was asking you to read, and he said, "Hey, Phil, where'd you go? I need you to read." And the bird was just, just, and the more he would talk, the more the bird would talk back. I got a big kick.
That's funny. Yeah, it's hilarious. If I had the scriptures over here, I would read it. She can't do that, but that's funny. Good night. You're not going to bed. Crazy old bird. Pretty good bird. Pretty fun pet. They're dirty, they make a mess, but oh well.
I've never had a bird, but my son, when he was small, he wanted an iguana. And so the neighbor, of course, had an iguana they didn't want anymore.
Oh, great.
Of course. And so this iguana was, it's like 3 feet long. It's pretty big. And so, after I had to climb under the bed to retrieve it and it hissing at me about 10 times, I told my son, I'm not going under that bed anymore. If you want it, you go get it. And then he decided he didn't want it anymore.
Nice. Yeah.
But, it was, I don't know what you can do with an iguana, and he figured out there's just really nothing you can do with an iguana.
Right. Pat him a little bit, then it's like, okay, well, that's enough of that. Yeah. I get it. Kind of like a turtle, the turtles, I don't know. You look at them and that's about it.
He loved to collect those what are those little slimy animals? I can't even remember them now. You go to the creek and you can fish them out. They look like lizards. Salamander. Yeah. he loved those things. And, and I would go down there to his room and I'd say, Wes, where's your salamanders at? And he'd say, oh, they must have got out again. And, we would find them in all various locations in all different, some of them alive and some dead. You just never know where you're going to find them. But
Yeah.
and then hermit crabs, he was the weird kid, he was afraid of dogs and he hated cats and he liked weird animals. But anyway, he has 2 dogs now, so he's graduated.
Oh, cool.
So, Sister
Uh-huh.
June, I have in my lesson book, I don't know if it's right or not, it says Bua is B-O, which means calm. And that's Hebrews concordance number 2573. But when you write it in Hebrew, it's Beit Ah. So that means you pronounce it Bua. Bua. They had a saying one time.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you,
They had a
Sam.
saying one time in
What does it mean again, sister?
it means calm. Bua. Calm. And it's spelled in Hebrew Beit Aleph. Bua. That's how you pronounce it. But when you translate it, it's B-O.
Say it again, Sandra. Boo.
Bua.
Bua.
Bua. Beit Ah.
Bua.
Bua. I'm sorry. No, it occurs in scriptures 2,573 times, and it's Hebrew Strong's number 935. Some of the Hebrew words have more than one meaning too, depending on the context. But I thought that was cool because, so many times in movies and stuff, you hear people saying "bua." They speak in Hebrew and don't even know.
I know we're going to talk about these garments in chapter 8 today. And I took a peek over here in this, the works of Josephus here, and looked up, I know Mark had mentioned something to us about, it was mentioned in here. So I did look that up. And I'm gonna read what he said about that. Let's see. It says, but it was covered. Okay, so he's talking about they would put something on their head, and then they would put something else over their head, like a piece of material, and tuck it in all around. But they make it a point that it's not cone shaped. So he said that. And then he said, but it was covered with a golden plate, which had inscribed upon it the name of Elohim in sacred characters, and such were the ornaments of the high priest. So then it goes down here, and it just keeps explaining the things in the tabernacle and the showbread. And I thought this was interesting. It said, for the fine linen was proper to signify the earth, because the flax grows out of the earth. And the purple signified the sea, because that color is dyed by the blood of the sea shellfish. The blue is fit to signify the air, and the scarlet will naturally be an indication of fire. Now the vestment of the high priest, being made of linen, signified the earth, and the blue denoted the sky, being like lightning in its pomegranates, And in the noise of bells, those little bells that came off, it said resembling thunder. So I thought that was that was different.
Yeah.
So, to
Well,
learn.
thank you, sister. That's awesome.
Yeah, because I always wondered why the pomegranates? Why would you have those there? So, and we see lightning and thunder, a lot when Yahuwah is on the scene. And so then he moves over several chapters. This is in chapter 3 of book 8. And then he tells us again about these things that are in the tabernacle. And he says, the sacerdotal garments which belong to the high priest with the long robes and the oracle and the precious stones were 1,000. But the crown upon which Moshe wrote the name of Elohim was only one and has remained unto this very day. So it sounds like that plate that they put the name on, they used it over and over and over again and just passed it down through generations. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I gathered from reading this, which I thought that was real interesting. So, and this of course,
I think some of that interpretation is mixed a little bit with some paganism, because I think the pomegranates actually was chosen because of the multiple seeds that are in the pomegranate.
yeah.
More than
I don't know. I've never studied it out before, so
yeah. So that's what.
area.
And then because the reason why I say that is because of some of the things he denoted to what they represented, like fire and stuff. And the pagans, they worship the sun, and they worship. So it's got a lot of little mixing going on up in there.
Yeah.
So that's what
that
I'm
was
kind of influenced.
And I don't know a lot about this. I see that we've had that mentioned before, but I don't remember talking about the Uman and the Thummim. I don't remember talking.
That means the light and the perfection.
Yeah.
The Urim is the light, and the Thummim is the perfection.
We read about where all the items were made, where he gave them instructions, but I just seen where all of a sudden they have these, but I never saw any instructions on, make them this way or.
You're correct.
Yeah. So they just appeared and then they're incorporated. So I thought that was interesting.
Looked up that Haruach Uyiqara Amrim Bua, and it means the spirit and the bride say come, and it breaks down that the Haruch, they call it the spirit, the Uave Hakala, the bride, and Amrim is plural. It means say, and Bua come. In the contextual meaning, it says that this phrase is a direct reference to Revelations 22:17, which says, the spirit and the bride say come, and let the one who hears say come. The Mashiach worship, it is a common Mashiach Hebrew song, often used to express a longing for the return of Yahushua. Symbolism, the spirit refers to they call it the Holy Spirit, so it must be a Christian thing going on there. And the bride represents, they call it the circus, for believers waiting for Mashiach. Full context, the song often continues with let him who hears say come. Let the thirsty come. Let those who ever wishes take the free gift of living water. So part of that is got a lot of mixture in it too, as you can see, because they sound like they're using a Christian perplex perceptive there. But I think Amrim means to say, and Hakala means to walk or run. But the way he had it on that title, like Ha Ruach, hey is what you put in front. It means the when you put it in front of Haruach. It means the when you put it in front of a word and it's by itself. And then the Ruach. And then I think that B is supposed to be a Ur, because that B would mean a Latin translation rather than the Ur, because they didn't have B. And Hakala, to walk. And Amrim, to say. I thought that was interesting. I don't know. Brother Mark might have his own interpretation regarding that, what he was meaning by that. Might have to listen to some of his great wisdom. I got this. I like this song in First Samuel, chapter 1. It's in chapter 2 of First Samuel that Hannah sung when Yahuwah answered her blessing because she had been tormented by the other woman that had children, and she was ashamed after she prayed this prayer. She prayed a silent prayer, and what's his name? Ali told her her prayer was granted. And after Yahuwah had granted her prayer, I thought this was a beautiful prayer. I like to sing it. My heart rejoicing in your love. My horn has been lifted high in your love. My mouth is open wide over my enemies, for I have rejoiced in your deliverance. There is no one set apart like you, for there's no one besides you. There is no law like our Elohim. Do not multiply words so proudly. Let no arrogance come from your mouth, for your isn't all of knowledge, and by his deeds, by him these are weighed. Those are the mighty are broken, and those who stumble shall be girded with strength. The satisfied have hired themselves out for bread, and the hungry have ceased. Even the barren has borne 7. She who has many children pines away. Hallelujah. He made the unfruitful fruitful, and the fruitful unfruitful. Yahuwah puts to death and makes alive. He brings down to the grave and raises up. Yahuwah makes poor and makes rich. He brings low and lifts up. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the donkey to sit with prince and make them inherit a throne of esteem. Hallelujah. For the supports of the rest belong to her, and he has set the world upon them, the seven columns. He guards the feet of his kind ones, but the wrong are silent in darkness. Destruction, total annihilation. For man does not become mighty by power. Those who oppose Yahuwah are shattered. From the Shamaim, he thunders against them. Yahuwah judges the ends of the earth and gives strength to his sovereign and exalts the horn of his anointed. Amen. Yahuwah does it all. Amen. Praise Yahuwah.
Shabbat shalom, Chance.
Shabbat shalom, brothers and sisters. Love you all.
Love you.
Shalom, brother.
Thank you for all the notes you put up in the chat boxes on Shabbat evening. I enjoy those. They help me a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I got a pretty powerful understanding about fasting and prayer. So when you think of the word authority, right? Authority, like to control or direction. So when we are in a fast, we are giving the Ruah authority to operate. And when we're eating, we're giving our flesh authority to operate. So it gave me a whole nother understanding with fasting and prayer. When you actually don't eat, you're giving the Ruah the authority to operate in your body. But when you're eating, your flesh becomes strong, and that gets the authority of the flesh. So you got that fight in you, you're getting ripped apart. So when you're actually, rejecting yourself, I'm about to be paper skinny because I want that Ruah operating. I'm about to be, the wind gonna blow me away real soon here. So isn't that interesting though? If you
Praise
think about
Yahuwah. That was great.
Yeah.
That is great insight. I thank him for giving you that. Because I struggle with my fast sometimes.
It's tough.
Yes.
It's really tough. Like a Ruah, like fast. And it says somewhere in scripture too, where it helps you lift up your voice higher. You're completely rejecting your flesh and you're just like, get off of me. Get off of me.
Thank you, Master.
So I thought that was really interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I finally had to break it this morning. I was so cold. I mean, it's cold up here, and I've been doing a lot of fasting for several reasons. And anyway, I finally had to just, I couldn't, and it made a shut. Now I'm warm. I'm not kidding you. So I took it to, whatever extreme it is, as I do all this training as well. So I finally had to break it. But it was, it's definitely so much more clarity. you just ignore a lot of the physical things, and you're so much more in the spirit. There's no doubt about it. So good
How
example
long have you
there,
been on it?
Chance. I've been
How long
doing
were
it
you?
since I've been doing it since summer. I do 24 hours, a lot of them, a lot of 24 hours. I haven't done any more than that. Chance, have you done like 3 days or something?
I have done a 3 day. Usually if you get past your initial hunger, it's like the ruah does take over, and you're just
Right.
going through the motions. But the first like 10 hours, man, that you're everybody, you could smell a little piece of bread on the counter, and you're like, oh man, I need a bite of that, man. And you're
Yeah,
like,
I
it's all
do.
oh
mental.
god,
You know how I
yeah.
started my fast this summer? I got a Casey's breakfast pizza, and I really like those, and I just put it on the counter, and I just looked at it, and I said, nope, I'm not going to eat it. So that's how I started it, and then I ate it later, of course. You put it in the fridge or whatever, and put it in the air fryer. But yeah, that's how I started it, because I figured I'd have to kind of rattle myself a little bit to, you know what I mean? So at least might be silly, but it worked. So
Well, I figured,
yeah,
and if you understand it from the perspective of a Ruah authority and flesh authority, it gives
right,
it a whole new perspective for me, because now because I want the Ruah, I want to walk in Ruah. I want the Ruah to
exactly,
take hold of me. This flesh
right.
is just a hindrance to me. So if I could find a way to send this flesh and sit it down somewhere and let the Ruah take hold, that's what I'm about. And by simply rejecting your fleshy desires, your need for food, it transfers the authority from one end to the other, and that's just
Well, I can tell you
Yeah.
firsthand that when you do it longer, I don't remember the first time I did it for a long length of time was, I think, either 27 and a half days. I think it was 27 and a half days.
Wow.
And then
Oh my goodness.
the second long time that I did it, I don't remember if it was 37 and a half or 38 and a half days. And when you get into that length of time, about the last 2 weeks of when I was on it, you're killing parasites. I mean, we've got to
Yeah.
be honest. We've got parasites in the body, and I believe that they are something other than what they're supposed to be, okay?
Right.
Because they suck blood, and they're taking the life away from us. And so when you do it that long, the parasites, when they die, actually spit out mold and mildew. And so they thrive on that. And so in our bodies, that becomes a toxin that they're spitting out. And so we have to bind that toxin, just like we have to bind things, we have to bind it inside the body. That's with charcoal, that's with, that kind of thing, a binder, a really good binder. And so I was like in the bed pretty much the last couple of days before I quit it. I was in the bed. I couldn't get out of the bed, but I didn't do a binder. If I'd done the
Ah,
binder and gotten those toxins out, think about it. That's the physical part of what we're doing spiritually. And so it's
right.
getting it, you have to have both components working together. But I'm thinking that I need to do a long fast and I drink the water with it because the water flushes out the impurities. But it is,
Did you
I'm not going to lie, it is hard. But when you are on it for that length of time, it's just like you forget really about the food. I didn't want to get off of it. I had to get off of it
right?
because I didn't have the right tools I was working with.
Did
I
you
just
sup?
had the, huh?
Go ahead? I'm sorry.
No, no,
Did
go
you have?
ahead.
Did you take supplements or anything with that or not?
No, no, I just did water. And
Gotcha.
that the water flushes you out. But
Right.
the next time I do it, I will, once I start feeling those same things, because I just didn't have strength. I didn't have the
Right.
strength. And Yahusha wasn't like that.
Right.
But I don't think that they had the same kind of things back then that they do now.
No, for sure. And I'm telling you right now, I was cold all morning,
Yeah, that's when
and
you're burning fat.
Yeah, and I'm just like, good grief! So I got to change. So, and I didn't go. I can't even believe 37 days. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Chance?
That's awesome. I'm actually blown away by these lengths
I
of
am
time
too.
because when every day before I go, I got a morning prayer I do to Yahuwah and a midday and a nighttime prayer. My morning and my day prayers, I don't really eat because I've done a test on myself where if I eat and then go try to give myself in prayer, I'm so distracted by outwardly things. It's like the flesh is constantly barraging me in my brain about, oh, what so and so said down the street, or I got to go do this and that. And it's like, I want to be connected to Abba. And my flesh is too strong and it's causing all these distractions to come into my brain. And I can't give myself to Yahuwah the way I like to. But when I don't eat and all I do is drink my little bit of coffee in the morning all the way to midday, when I go in there, I can feel the fire come upon me. I could feel Abba Yahuwah right on me, and I'm just connected, But if I eat before that, it's not, I always gonna have, I have more problem trying to get all the distractions out than actually having a conversation with Yahuwah. I'm over here battling myself before Yahuwah instead of having myself to Yahuwah. I'm fighting all this worldly stuff. You know what I mean? So it's really, you know, and the reason it's hard to go back out of a fast is because you're so connected to Yahuwah. When you've been fasting for so long and you've been fasting in prayer, you are close to Abba. It's as if Yahuwah's got you in a hug. And then you're telling him, okay, I gotta go back. You know what I mean? You don't want to leave. You want to just be right there. You never want to leave his hug. And all of a sudden you gotta go eat something and be like, man, back here again. Back here again. Here we go. You know what I mean? But it's like once you're in that grasp with Yahuwah and you've transcended your fleshy stuff and you're just moving in Ruah, you don't feel that you don't want to leave. Sometimes I get such deep prayer, Yahuwah will take me into his hands, and I'm like, I don't want to go back, Father. I don't want to go back down there. When I open up this bedroom door, I gotta go back into this world here, and I'm like, man, I don't want to do it. And he always lifts me up and he strengthens me for this stuff, but it's, you know what I mean? You never want, when you get that close, you don't want to come back. You don't really want to. He takes all your peace. I mean, all your frustrations. He gives you peace and joy. You're not thinking about that stuff anymore. So I don't know. That stuff's amazing. That stuff is really amazing there to think about. Wow. I had all that fire come on me just by saying this stuff. There's like a witness of mine right there, and I just felt all that heat come on me, man. Grab your oven mitt. Here we go. Grab your oven mittens. I'm telling you that right now. We gonna bake some cookies today. Just kidding.
I think those are called hot cakes, not cookies, Chance.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
All righty, man. Boy, it's cold here. Let's go ahead and get started. I think we left off in chapter 7, right? I mean, we're on chapter 8. At least that's what I think. So, yeah, we're getting ready to go into, clean and unclean, talking about the priest, and they're going to start doing the rituals, unclean food, all this other kind of stuff. And so chapter 8 is pretty much all about consecration of the priests. Aaron's and his sons basically are the priests, right? And because the Levites took over the position of the firstborn, remember? So the firstborn lost their had to give up their rights to be priest of Yahuwah. and it was given over to the Aaron and sent to the Levites. Okay, so it's kind of all about that here in chapter 8. And then, like I said, we're going to get into the clean and unclean stuff. So who wants to start us off, man? Leviticus 8. Jim, go ahead.
And Yahuwah spoke to Musa, saying, take Aharon and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and the bull of the sin offering, and the 2 rams, and the basket of unleavened bread, and assemble all the congregation at the door of the tent of meeting. And Musa did as Yahuwah commanded him. And the multitude was assembled at the door of the tent of meeting. And Musa said to the multitude, this is the word Yahuwah commanded to be done. So Musa brought Aharon and his sons and washed them with water, and put the long shirt on him, and girded him with the girdle, and dressed him in the tunic, and put the shoulder garment on him, and girded him with the embroidered band of the shoulder garment, and with it tied the shoulder garment on him, and put the breastplate on him, and put the Urim and the Thummim in the breastplate, and put the turban on his head. And on the turban, on its front, he put the golden plate, the set apart sign of dedication, as Yahuwah had commanded Musa.
Okay, hold on.
I guess.
All right. So they're starting, they're beginning to do everything. They made everything right. Now they're getting in. They went through what they're supposed to do. Now they're going to start doing everything now. Okay. So here it says that in 6 that Moshe brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. And then he dressed up Aaron, and they're getting ready to do it, right? And so what do you think the hidden messages here, or even the primary reason that all this is happening with this Levites? What's going on here? Anybody? Phil?
Training their obedience, perhaps, and how to approach, and the fire that of forgiveness of trespasses against Yahuwah.
Hey, Phil.
Yes.
I promise I won't laugh at your weird-looking zombie green hat if you don't laugh at my wife's sweater I'm wearing.
These zombie green hats, cool. I just got them today.
Well, my wife's sweater's cool too.
What? Let's see. I can't see it because the timer's right there for some reason. Oh, I see it. Is it that cold down there? I see it.
I'm freezing, man. I don't know why. It's warm in the house. I'm freezing outside, but I'm cold.
I was cold all morning. It's because I hadn't eaten. We were just talking about that when you were preparing or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, kind of like a psychological effect, I think.
Yeah,
maybe. I said, is it really that cold in here? I looked and it's like, no, it's 70 degrees in here.
Yeah.
So why am I freezing? I'm not outside.
Yeah.
Psychological?
I don't know. Something.
Go ahead, Roz.
I think it's like a foreshadow of what we have to do by putting on the garments that's spoken of in the New Testament. And the girding of the loins there's 2 places for loins. The loins are also in the mind. But it's also where unfaithfulness happens. Physically, and in the mind, it's a different way. But I think that's what it is. It's showing us what has to be done to protect ourselves and to keep the things away from us that we need to keep away from us. That's because we're putting on the Father. We're putting on his garments.
Yeah. So you're kind of like looking at us as being the priests. Is what you're saying then through the new covenant? Yeah. Yeah. That's right. I mean, because so in other words, what she's saying is Yahuwah is clean, he's pure. And we have to be clean and pure to be it, or we can't be in his presence. And so all these rituals, is necessary so that we can enter into his presence. So Yahuwah is clean and pure, but also it protrudes out from around him where he's at. Okay, if you can imagine this. And so to enter into that would be going on holy ground. You have to be clean and pure to do so, or you die. Okay, and so this, set apartness for the priest here matters a lot. And it's something that, it is training us to respect the presence of Yahuwah and to be very careful in his presence and to fear his presence as well. There's a lot going on here. We're just starting to touch on it, but you'll see it as we get deeper into it. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, yeah, because later Aaron's sons are monkeying around in there, and they pay with their life.
Yeah.
So it's in reference to that training, and of course the other symbolism as well. So for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll get there. All right. So here we're seeing the consecration or ordination, whatever you want to call it, of Aaron and his sons. And then down here in 9, and put the turban on his head, and on the turban on its front, he put the golden plate, the set apart sign of dedication as Yahuwah had commanded Moses. Does anybody remember what that is? Okay, Raj, you got something you want to say?
Yeah, this came to me that, he puts his, on the frontlets, he puts his name there. And that's another reference to it in the New Testament of how when we're putting his turban on us, his protection of our mind, that we are putting him on there, his name on there, everything about him on us. So, and that's the plate. That's what the plate is.
Do you think this is kind of symbolic of in the end of times and in the tribulation years, where he writes his name on the forehead, and he tells them
exactly. That's what I was trying to say with that.
He tells the locusts to go out and destroy, kill, sting all the men, but don't touch the ones with the name of Yahuwah on their forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this is kind of symbolic of that? It can be. I think it's a shadow, like foreshadow, forehead. I don't know. We can play on
warning,
all day, can't we? Huh?
Forewarning.
Forewarning, yeah. We can play on words all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Just play the word game. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I agree with that, as well as I think the sign says set apart to Yahuwah is what was on that headband. Set apart to Yahuwah. So this is symbolic to me. This is like a prophecy of him setting us apart, filling us with the Ruach HaKodesh, separating us from the flesh into the spiritual realm is what our vessels are going to be. Mashiach within us is what I'm getting from this.
Okay, so we're jumping way ahead, but since you said that, let me ask you something. So the high priest Aaron gets all this stuff put on him, right? And then his sons get their outfits, right? So this is foreshadowing Yahusha, Aaron, right? And then down to the bride, to the rest of the body in white, as his sons are dressed in that white clothing. You see that, how that's flowing down and creating the body? So this is all a foreshadow of the body of Yahuwah, with Yahusha being the head. This whole thing, the whole thing, that's what it's projecting or depicting. But I didn't want to jump that far ahead, but we did, so whatever. Look at Exodus 28. Go back to Exodus one time to 28. Just go to 33 and read through 38. 33 through 38. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Joe. Exodus 28, 33 through 38.
And on its hem you shall make pomegranates, blue and purple, and scarlet material all around its hem, and bells of gold between them all around. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate on the hem of the robe all around. And it shall be upon Aaron to attend it, and its sound shall be heard when he goes into the set apart place before Yahuwah, and when he comes out, so that he does not die. And you shall make a plate of clean gold and engrave on it, like the engraving of a signet, Kodesh to Yahuwah. And you shall put it on a blue cord, and it shall be on the turban, and it shall be on the front of the turban. And it shall be on the forehead of Aaron, and Aaron shall bear the guilt of the set apart gifts, which the children of Israel set apart in all their set apart gifts. And it shall always be on his forehead, for acceptance for them before Yahuwah. And you shall weave the long shirt of fine linen, and shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the girdle of woven work. And make long shirts for Aaron's sons, and you shall make girdles for them, and you shall make turbans for them for esteem and comeliness.
Okay, that's good, Joe. All right, so there it is. So engraven on the signet is Kadesh to Yahuwah, set apart to Yahuwah. So being this is indicating purification. Are we all picking up on that? Purification. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was relating it also to Ephesians 6, where he talks about putting on the armor of Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
There must be some symbolism there, to that we're to protect ourselves, and these breastplates are symbolisms of that.
Go ahead, Roz.
The pomegranate, and Sandra had said this before about the seeds, but the pomegranate could be like the body, and then the seeds are us. We're inside the body, and then around each seed is the seeds are inside a little pocket of where the juice comes from. So I think it's all very symbolic of the body. The pomegranate being on there at the bottom of the hem.
Yeah, it's symbolic of a lot of things. It actually represents the promised land too, because that's one of the fruits they brought back with them. The spies. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So it can be symbolic of the promised land as well. It also speaks of the conduct of the believer, like you're saying. It does do that. It's that as well, and it also it also kept the bells from clamming against each other. So it was like an insulator between the bells to stop the bells from, how you speak in tongues and it sounds like, symbols and things, you can't understand what they're saying. You know what it says that? Or do I need to go there? Go there. 1 Corinthians.
Babbling.
Yeah,
Sounds
but
like babbling when you don't have the correct, when you don't have the interpretation, and you have people that are listening that don't understand.
it says
So
you sound like symbols and stuff. What does it say that?
so right now we're speaking in the Latin tongue, so we are babbling.
Yeah.
We're not speaking in his set apart tongue.
Oh, it's down here. What is that? I know it's right here. Why haven't I seen it? It's right there. It's got to be in 14, 1 Corinthians. At least I think it is. Oh, here it is. It's 13:1. 1 Corinthians 13:1. If I speak with the tongues of men and of messengers, but do not have love, I have become a sounding brass or a clanging cymbal. See, so it's just a lot of it would be just like a lot of noise that wouldn't really mean anything. So it's kind of insulates it. It doesn't allow those bells to clash together. Okay. And so then this, because the bells speak of vocalization. And so they don't want the clattering going on. See what I'm saying? So it means a lot of stuff, man. I mean, it's not just one thing.
So is it like speaking your belief and not having the works to prove it, demonstrating it in the power of doing it? Kind of, sort of like, is what I'm getting from when you add that 13:1. It's like the key is making sure that we have love. But if we don't have love, when we just, like you were talking last night, to be telling somebody all this word and stuff, and you're not really manifesting it, you're just a sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I mean, it basically, like I said, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, but I think like a lot of it was to keep the bells from clashing against each other and making too much noise, or even damaging the gold bells, orbs, whatever they are, from clanging around, and they're damaging themselves. But the pomegranates themselves definitely meant, they're symbolic of something for sure. And like I said, the promised land, the conduct of the believer, and stuff like that. But the bells themselves generally symbolized the constant prayer, constant communication to the Father, in order that he did not die, or to avoid spiritual death. And so they had to sound right, So if clinging together, then maybe the message wouldn't go, the prayer wouldn't go through, because too much interference. See what I'm saying? So it means a lot of stuff, man. That's just one thing. Go ahead, Ross.
Getting back to the pomegranate, that the juice around that seed is like that as well. It's stopping the seeds from hitting each other. And if you take it deeper, it's us being the seed. And, there's a lot of arguments within the body. They've got different factions going off in different ways. And so you got a lot of that clamoring with each other. And then, and so it's separation, but yet keeping everything together, I think.
Yeah. Makes sense. Anything else on that? Okay, so the bottom line here, is purity. The reason they're doing all this is not to impress Yahuwah. It's so they can come in his presence. And they have to be pure, like he is pure, in order to come into his presence Okay, that's the bottom line here. Is there anybody confused about that? Go ahead, Roz.
They were carnal back then. They had to see it. In the New Testament, we are more spiritual, and so it doesn't have to be physical that it's done.
Right. Exactly. Go ahead, Chance.
That dedicated gold piece, Kudash La Yahuwah, separated to Yahuwah.
Yeah.
Also, I was thinking about the helmet of salvation and how Yahusha is our head covering. You know what I mean? And it tells us that a man shouldn't have his head covered and that be like pastures in a church. You know what I mean? And it's like a spiritual head covering. Like when you go to a religious organization and you put a pasture over your head to speak your belief for you, your head is covered. You know what I mean? And with Yahusha, this could be the helmet of salvation because we receive salvation through Yahusha. So he is our head covering. And that's kind of what is coming to me with this it's part of the armor. Like Phyllis was talking about that armor, you know, she was talking of, you know, this all can be put back into that. You know what I mean? Are you catching that? Does that make sense?
So that goes with let this mind be in you, which is also in Yahushua HaMashiach. And that comes from being born again.
Anybody else? Okay. Let's look at Isaiah before we get off of this. So let me see, Isaiah, several places really, but Isaiah 59, verse 15. Actually, okay. I'd like to read from 12 to the end. But before we do that, I just want to say this to Phyllis. You know, you mentioned the body, you know, the body of armor. Okay, look at 17 there real quick, 59:17. And he put on righteousness as a breastplate and the helmet of deliverance on his head. And he put on garments of vengeance for clothing and wrapped himself with the ardor as a mantle. You see that? Okay, so what this is relating back over to Ephesians 6, what you're talking about, what this is telling us, and you can read back and forth and compare them, is that the armor of Yahuwah is Yahusha. It's really the Ruach HaKodesh, is what it really is. And so this is the same as the priest's garments. It's really the Ruach HaKodesh, just like Ross was saying in our reality. See it? Don't get too tangled up here. It's good to know all this, though, so we can break it down. Who wants to read that for us? 59:12 through the end. Who wants to read that one? Phil, you got your hand up, man? Go ahead.
For our for our transgressions have increased before you, and our sins witnessed against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our crookedness, we know them, transgressing and being untrue to Yahuwah, and turning away from our Elohim, speaking oppression and apostasy, conceiving and pondering words of falsehood from the heart. And right ruling is driven back, and righteousness stands far off. For truth has fallen in the street, and right is unable to enter. And the truth is lacking, and whoever turns away from evil makes himself a prey. And Yahuwah saw, and it displeased him, and there was no right ruling. And he saw that there was no man, and was astonished that there was no intercessor. So his own arm delivered him, and his righteousness upheld him. And he put on the righteousness as a breastplate, and the helmet of deliverance on his head. And he put on garments of vengeance for clothing, and wrapped himself with ardor as a mantle. According to their deeds, he repays wrath to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. He replays recompense to the coastlands, and they shall fear the name of Yahuwah from the west, and his esteem from the rising of the sun. When he comes like a distressing stream, which the spirit of Yahuwah drives on, and the Redeemer shall come to Tyson, and those turning from transgressions to Jacob, declares Yahuwah. As for me, this is my covenant with them, said Yahuwah. My spirit is upon you, and my words I have put in your mouth shall not be withdrawn from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your descendants, nor from the mouths of your descendants, said Yahuwah, from this time and forever.
Okay. All right. Now, so that's all in mind. And we go back over here. We say, so his own arm delivered for him, and his righteousness upheld him. And he put on righteousness a breastplate and the helmet of deliverance on his head, put on garments of vengeance for clothing, wrapped himself under a mouth. What is he describing here? What is this saying? What did Yahuwah do? Who did this? Who did all this? Yahuwah.
Yahushua did all this.
Yahuwah did all this. What
He clothed himself in Yahuwah.
What's that?
Yahushua was clothed in Yahuwah.
There you go. No. This is describing the high priest. Okay, this is all about Yahuwah became your high priest through Aaron, and it's a foreshadow of Yahusha becoming the high priest of the order of Melchizedek. We all seeing it now, the connection, what Yahuwah did? He became our high priest so that we could be in his presence. But Aaron had to purify himself in order for Yahuwah to become a high priest through that chosen vessel, because he could not if Aaron was not clean. Okay? So he's describing the high priest here. This is what's happening. Yahuwah became the high priest. Go ahead, Ross.
And that's why when Aaron, when he lost his sons, he couldn't. He got mad, but he had to hold his tongue.
Yeah.
And he had to keep himself like Yahuwah is with all of us. And with this long suffering, because we think that we've suffered, but he has suffered us all this time.
Right.
Yeah, and he couldn't even murmur anything.
Mm-hmm. No.
Or he would have been, wow.
So what was that really showing? I mean, what was that teaching really? Wasn't that Yahuwah was mean and he struck them dead because they did something silly?
But we have to walk in his ways. We have to walk in his ways like he did when he came as Yahusha.
Yeah.
And also walk in his ways, period, spiritually and carnally. Every way.
Okay. So when you say
respecting his righteous ruling, respecting his righteous ruling and his righteous judgment.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he had to do that. Because Yahuwah is the one that took his son because they had disrespected him.
Yeah, so they were not clean. And so they could not enter his presence. So he was showing that purity. This thing with this whole high priest thing we're reading about is extremely important because we can't come into his presence without being purified. So they were being purified through outward cleanness, weren't they? Through their uniforms, their washing with water and all that. How are we purified? We're not. We're purified through his light. Mm-hmm. His light purifies us from the inside. That's how we become the priests. You see
His
that?
indwelling.
His indwelling purifies us. Otherwise, we're not clean. We can't become his priest.
It was also telling him not to be carnal, to be more ruach based, to be with him and not be on their level, to be on his level.
Yeah, he was calling them into the higher dimension, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Through
think
the
that was
appearance, though. Go ahead, Phil.
do you think that was also a test for Aaron? Do you think Aaron's some of his
Yes.
unrighteousness was in his sons and it
Mm,
had to be taken care of? I don't know. I find it really interesting, this whole thing. And I know we haven't even got to that, but I find it very interesting when they went in there and offered strange worship and I know it's to look at it. They're not, they were doing something they shouldn't have done. I get that part, but you know what I mean? Is there more to it?
There's more to it because see, Yahuwah is set apart. And since Yahuwah is set apart, the Israelites needed to be in a state of set apartness themselves. They had to be purified as well. Okay, just in order to enter into his presence. Scripture calls that clean and unclean, or pure, or purity, or not, dirty or whatever. But being in Yahuwah's presence was definitely off limits to anyone who wasn't in a set apart state on the outside and on the inside, in the mind as well. It's totally off limits to anyone that wasn't set apart. Okay, in which being called unclean or impure would mean that they would become impure, not in a way that they were not allowed to enter into the presence of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? And so they were not clean. And so when something that's unclean comes in contact with Yahuwah's presence, it zaps it. Okay, disintegrates. Sort of. I'm just saying that to make you understand, but
Right.
Why they dropped that. Okay, well, I don't. Well, we haven't even got there, so I'm not going to say much more than that. But go ahead.
All right, I'm sorry. That was my fault. Because if the death of them set them apart for sure. You know what I mean? Does death set you apart? That's the next question.
It set you apart from Yahuwah, that's for sure.
Yeah, but your spirit, I mean, is your death in some situations a sacrifice and pulls you back into his favor?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So I wonder, in the grand scheme of things, if that applies to more people than, I'm just speculating here, of course, but I just, I like that depth of what we're talking about. So I just wondered. So anyway,
Well,
I don't mean to take us off on
in the way that when Scripture talks about where the seed has to die and be planted before it can be reborn and come back and to live again as a plant. Right. Remember that parable?
Yes.
It does in that aspect.
Okay? I got you.
But when somebody who is walking in darkness in this earth, they're walking in darkness and they die in darkness, they go to even a darker place, Sheol, which there is no light at all.
Gotcha.
Okay? It's symbolic of the outer darkness, or the lake of fire, total annihilation, non-existence. Okay, but people that walk in this world in the light, because we're in him, because he's light, so we're in the light. The light's in us. When we die, he goes to the grave with us, and therefore the light is in the grave with us, so we're not in total darkness. And then we're resurrected in the light. And we remain in the light forever. At that point, we live in the light. See what I'm saying? So there's a difference that way.
So that seed starts in darkness, almost like a seed of a plant, and not all plants reach light. You know what I'm saying?
And it has to break through for the light to hit it, and once the light hits it, it grows. Right. Well, in our case, if we walk in the light, we die, we go into darkness, but the light's with us. We're not in total darkness.
Right.
And so when the seed germinates and he calls us out, and we hit the light, we turn into the light, and we're with him forevermore, and we live in the light as we're walking in the light now. That's fine. I'm talking about people who are believers.
Right. Yeah.
Darkness.
That's really interesting. And that whole thing of a plant, almost in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. I mean, that's heavy duty stuff, man.
That's awesome. Well, it just so happens that at school right now, we're talking about plants and all the parts of them. And I'm not kidding you. And the seed and the germination. And when you said germination, I just, that's exactly what I was thinking. So it's just interesting that would be right at this time when we're talking about this, So it's just kind of cool. And about the light and all the different things. Yeah. And him being the gardener and all that kind of stuff. So I just, that's cool.
Yeah. Did a lot to that. Go ahead, Ross.
Sure.
That's why we have to kill the flesh every day, because the flesh is the transgression, and we are getting more spiritual all the time. And so I had to, on one of the comments I had to do from somebody's comment on the channel, I had to actually tell them that it's about the spiritual part. It's not about the flesh. We have to kill that flesh every day.
Yeah, look over at Isaiah 63 before we get off of this. So now we were at Isaiah 59. Now go to take that same thought process there over to Isaiah 63:5. It says, "And I looked, but there was none helping, and I was astonished that there was none upholding. So my own arm delivered for me, and my wrath upheld me." Okay, so my own arm delivered for me is a metaphor for his body. So that would be Yahusha.
Wow.
I know what you just thought about that.
Oh my goodness.
I got it at the same time you did.
This being is just unbelievable.
What verse was that, Mark?
Oh, that would be 63:5, Isaiah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's get back. We're on track here. Back to Leviticus. Is there any questions up to this point? First 9 verses. If not, let's continue on, June.
Okay, chapter 8, verse 10. And Musha took the anointing oil and anointed the Mishkan and all that was in it and set them apart. And he sprinkled some of it on the altar 7 times and anointed the altar and all its utensils and the basin and its base to set them apart. And he poured some of the anointing oil on Aharon's head and anointed him to set him apart. And Musha brought the sons of Aharon and put long shirts on them and filled them with girdles and put turbans on them as Yahuwah had commanded Musha. And he brought the bull for the sin offering. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the bull for the sin offering, and it was slaughtered. And Musha took the blood and put some on the horns of the altar all around with his finger, and cleansed the altar. And he poured the blood at the base of the altar and set it apart to make atonement for it. And he took all the fat that was on the entrails and the appendage on the liver and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and Musha burned them on the altar. And the bull and its skin and its flesh and its dung he burned with fire outside the camp, as Yahuwah had commanded Musha. And he brought the ram of the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and it was slaughtered. And Musha sprinkled the blood on the altar all around. He cut the ram into pieces. And Musha burned the head and the pieces and the fat and he washed the entrails and the legs in water. And Musha burned the entire ram on the altar. It was a burnt offering for a sweet fragrance, and an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, as Yahuwah had commanded Musha. And he brought the second ram, the ram of establishment, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and it was slaughtered. And Musha took some of its blood and put it on the tip of Aharon's right ear, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. And he brought near the sons of Aaron, and Musha put some of the blood on the tips of their right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. And Musha sprinkled the blood on the altar all around, and took the fat and the fat tail, and all the fat that was on the entrails, and the appendage on the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and the right thigh, and from the basket of unleavened bread that was before Yahuwah, he took 1 unleavened cake, and a cake of bread anointed with oil, and 1 thin cake, and put them on the fat and on the right thigh, and placed all these in the hands of Aharon and in the hands of his sons, and waved them as a wave offering before Yahuwah. Musha then took them from their hands and burned them on the altar, on the burnt offering. They were fulfillments for a sweet fragrance. It was an offering by fire to Yahuwah. And Musha took the breast and waved it, a wave offering before Yahuwah. And it was Musha's portion of the ram of fulfillment, as Yahuwah had commanded Musha. And Musha took some of the anointing oil and some of the blood which was on the altar, and sprinkled it on Aharon, on his garments, on his sons, on his garments of his sons with him. And he set apart Aharon, his garments, and his sons, and the garments of his sons with him. And Musha said to Aharon and his sons, cook the flesh at the door of the tent of meeting, and eat it there with the bread that is in the basket of the fulfillments, as I have commanded, saying, Aharon and his sons are to eat it. Then burn the rest of the flesh and the bread with fire. And do not go outside the door of the tent of meeting for 7 yomim, until the yomim of your establishment are completed. For he fills your hands for 7 yomim. Yahuwah has commanded to do as he has done this yom, to make atonement for you. And stay at the door of the tent of meeting, Yom and Layla, for 7 yomim. And you shall guard the duty of Yahuwah and not die, for so I have been commanded. And Aharon and his sons did all the words that Yahuwah had commanded by the hand of Musha.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there any questions on that? Anybody any questions? Go ahead, Ross.
When she was reading about the different things, the heart, the kidneys, the liver, everything, all of those can be attributed to emotions. All of those emotions can be attributed to transgression and spiritual attacks. And that's what he's taking. That's what it's meaning. That's what I got as she was reading it. That's why the entrails were put onto. We're offering up to be delivered from all of these different things. Because like the liver is anger. The lungs are grief. The stomach is worry, why they get ulcers. Stress is the heart. fear is the kidney. And all of these are emotions, and all of these affect our bodies. And all of them are spiritual.
Yeah. I remember we were talking last week about that being the innermost part of a human, representing our deepest thoughts and our deepest, live personality. And so this is all it's kind of symbolic as well too. But keep in mind here that they're actually doing the things that they were told to do now. They're trying to do them, but they're implementing their instructions now. Okay. But yeah, they do mean things like that. You're right. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, yeah, and the adversary, that's his primary attack, our emotions. That's what the media does. That's what worry, emotions, and it can pull you away from the worship of Yahuwah if you're not grounded very solidly. So that's really awesome, Roz, that you said that, because that really makes sense to me. I've been doing this emotional mastery through Yahuwah's guidance to ignore all this foolishness and teach a lot of others to do the same thing, because it makes you make terrible decisions, carnal decisions, in the physical decisions. So that's really cool that you covered that. Thank you.
Yeah, and they also like to confuse us by telling us that things are emotions and that are not emotions, and so we need to be aware of that as well. Like love, for instance, is not an emotion. A lot of people think that you say, what's a human emotion? First thing comes out of their mouth is love. It's not. There's only really 6 basic human emotions. And you know what the number one is? The biggest emotion we have? It isn't love. It's fear. What does Yahuwah tell us? Fear not. He tells us to conquer that emotion. Isn't that what he's telling us? Yeah, it is. He's telling us to conquer our most powerful emotion, fear, not let it conquer us. So you have sadness, happiness, fear, anger, surprise, and disgust. That's human emotions right there. 6 basic. Okay. So what is love? If love is not an emotion, what is it? Anybody know?
It's a gift.
That's what?
It's a gift
It is?
from the Father, because if you don't know him, you don't know love.
What does it tell us it's a gift? Where in Scripture does it tell us? Anybody know? Anybody
Human
tell
emotion. I mean, love is Yahuwah.
Love is not emotion. What is love? You're saying love is Yahuwah?
Yahuwah.
Oh, yeah, correct. But relating to us, what is it? So we get the gifts are in 1 Corinthians 12. So if you go to 1 Corinthians, it gives you a list of 9 gifts, and there's 9 spiritual fruits as well, right? And so if you go down, look and go down through them, you can see what they all are. But all the gifts are all by the same Ruach. Okay. There's different kinds of services, but the same Ruach, given the gifts and the services. Okay. So there are different kinds of workings, but the same Ruach, same Yahuwah, who's working in all of them. Okay. So then you start going down there, and there's wisdom. And then I can probably do it easier right here. You guys are making me work today. Here, let me do this. This is easier. So here is the 9 gifts. I don't see love there as a gift. So you got wisdom, knowledge, belief, healing, miracles, prophecy, discernment, tongues, and interpretation of tongues. There's your gifts. And then the correlating fruits there's love. So love is a fruit of wisdom. It's not a gift, but a fruit of the gift of wisdom. Okay. And then joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, trustworthiness, gentleness, and self-control. So these are Yahuwah's works of power. Correlating his gifts with if you get the gift, will produce fruit from that tree. And from the tree of wisdom produces the fruit of love.
Can you repeat the human emotions?
I do what now?
Can you repeat the human emotions so I can write them down? I got fear and sadness.
Okay, so you have sadness,
Uh-huh.
you have happiness, you have fear, you have anger, you have surprise, and you have disgust. That's the 6 basic human emotions. So love is a fruit, a spiritual fruit. Okay.
Sorry about that.
But no, it's not enough to be sorry about. It's clarity. Okay. So with the way we see this, and this is important right here, is fruit of love is a verb. Okay. And so a verb does what? It requires action to make it real before it can be a reality. So you can't just simply give somebody lip service and say, I love you, and walk away, because there's no substance there. It's just lip service. And lip service demands an alternative motive because there's no action to back it up. So it demands an alternative motive. See that? So look at this. So belief there is also a verb, but it's a gift. See that? It produces the fruit of peace. So it doesn't matter if it's a gift or a fruit, it can still be a verb. Are these all verbs? Pretty much. They're pretty much all verbs because they require action, don't they? Yahuwah is an Elohim of action. He's not an Elohim of sitting on your loins, not doing nothing, sitting on the fence watching and, oh, yeah, the bad people are winning. Oh, they're losing. Ooh. Hey, the good people are winning. Oh, they're losing. And scared to death to take a side. He wants you to stand up and take a side and take action. He's the Elohim of action. All right, that's why all his gifts and fruits are verbs. He wants you to put them into action, not just sit there and talk about them. Thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I dug into this love thing, and in Scripture he tells us.
Oh, you don't get in trouble doing that.
Oh yeah, I got into it. Oh boy, did I! I said, in Scripture it says, we are taught love by Yahuwah, and if we think about his 2 greatest commands, by our active obedience, we perfect our love, because we are taught love by his commands. So the perfecting of our obedience literally yields love.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obedience is action, so it's going to produce something. It's a universal law, isn't it? For every action, there is a reaction. So, of course, something has to happen. You start doing something, such as being obedient.
Well, taking it a step further, brother, here in Yahukanan 1 Yahukanan 4:18, he says, there is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. So when we perfect our obedience, we become perfect love before Yahuwah, and we do not disobey, so we have no more fear of death even. We have overcome ourselves by love. That's something else, boy.
That's right. We're using love to overcome our biggest emotion, fear. And because Yahuwah commands us to do it. That's why he says, fear not. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and so the fake love is what the world chases after. It's the imposter of love. I've been studying this myself, Chance and Mark, and it's so unbelievable. And that perfection. And so when I witness with the 10 words, 10 commandments, I say that very thing. I say, I'm perfecting my love through the Father, first of all. and then you second it all. And I'm telling you what, it makes a huge impact on someone, because then I say the last six, and I say it to them. So that teaches me to love you, and I don't care who it is. And so, they're just like, that has an impact like a right hook. You can see it emotionally. So it's an emotional, and the bearing of that fruit is that love. So that's so cool. This is all culminated. I mean, like, we're all spiritually talking to each other through Yahuwah. Isn't that awesome? I mean, that's just unbelievable. And that's what I've been working on all summer from till continually. And what you said, Mark, is quit. Yahuwah's impressed on me. Quit talking about it. Start doing it. You know how to do it. Do it. And quit talking about it so much. I mean, I still want you to talk about it and study it, but let's put some action in these words into action. And so that's exactly what's going on. Wow, man.
Yeah. David, you ask what chapter and verse is that in Corinthians. I'm not sure what you're asking me, but if you're asking where the spiritual gifts are, it's First Corinthians 12. And there's a whole lot of verses there, so I'm not really sure. I think you're talking about First Corinthians 12, but I'm not sure what verse you're asking for, brother. I mean, if you are, just clarify it and I'll tell you, or somebody will. Let's see here. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on all this? Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, I was just checking the word in Paleo Hebrew for love, and it's ahava, which is actually a verb compared to the English language is a noun. But
They try to force it to be a noun. It's really not, but that's the part of their gaslighting. Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So in Hebrew is a verb, right? And it's to give. So you don't have love. You don't give because you love, but you love because you give. So it's, it goes down into that phrase of like, there is actually there is a very nice prayer by Saint Francis of Assisi that actually goes on kind of on the words of like, because it's in giving that we receive, right? And it really, when you go back to the Hebrew mindset, it's like the fact that they don't actually have that comprehension of like love, of the way of how we feel about the world, but it's like, you just do it, you give it, right? It's a work in progress.
I like that. I like what you just said there, man. It makes a lot of sense. Anybody else?
And then you will know them by their fruits. So whatever fruits they bear, then they bear the true love of Yahuwah taught through the 10 Commandments, whatever you want to say. But it's so you'll know exactly. And then what really hits you is the so-called, and I'm not judging, but the so-called people who are so godly bear none of this fruit, but all they bear is judgment of method, judgment of how you're supposed to do something in the opposite direction. They want this system of how you get to the Father, but it's the imposter, perhaps the strange fire that we're going to be talking about later, but definitely. And that's why they're sad, judgmental. They're caught in this trap of non-love, although they think it's love. Wow.
Yeah, that's a good point, really. I mean, it's really time for all of us, like you're saying, stop just sitting there and get up and do something, right? It's really time for all of us to stop judging and cursing darkness, and instead we need to start living in the light. That's what we really need to start doing. And I think if we would put our focus on that, living in the light rather than cursing and judging darkness, I think we would be the body would be much better served. I really do. But you're right. That's what they do. Go ahead, Chance.
Excellent culmination. That's why you're running this group, Mark. That was so awesome how you put that together. That is exactly what Yahuwah told me, because I know a lot of thing about this darkness as far as the methodology and why, but I think I was focusing too much on it because the knowledge, and he warned me, be careful of going after too much knowledge. Remember, I said this a while back, and so I've shifted away from that. And now I can even laugh harder at the folly of this darkness, as Yahuwah does. He basically said to me, laugh with me. Laugh with me at this foolishness. It has no fruit. It has no power when you laugh. So it's really cool.
All esteem to Yahusha. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I like a good example our Master Yahusha gave to us. He said, there's no greater love than this, that which you would give your life for your friends. And if you take it this at a higher level, if you give your life, you have nothing left to give. You can't give anything else. You have given your all. That is perfection love. That is giving all of you to that person. That's perfect love. And Phil, when you're talking about the tree and the yielding of fruit, Yahusha always tells us, the mouth speaks from the overflow of the heart. They can't help it. Their mouth is going to spew forth what is in their heart. It is in there. So you can always definitely tell a tree by that fruit, because they can't help it. No matter how hard they hide it, it's going to spew forth. So it's an action. It's definitely our obedience, because we are taught love. Hallelujah.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Sandra.
Oh, I didn't have any thoughts or questions. I was just listening to learn. And the only thing I could assist to that, knowledge puffs up and love builds up.
That's right. What does that mean? How would you break that down to somebody? What does that mean?
You can have a whole lot of knowledge, and just because you have all that knowledge doesn't mean that you are loving someone. You're just puffed up. What does the unleavened bread represents? Being puffed up in sin. You're not really doing it. Because when you're doing it, you build up. We're here to tear down strongholds, lies, and teachings.
So how does it go again? Love does what? Love builds up.
Love builds up and knowledge puffs up. And he says, except a grain of wheat fall to the ground and die, it abides alone. Yahushua tells us to abide in him and him in us. Him and his Father come and make his abode in us. And then that means we will come forth in his love, demonstrating it in the power of our actions. It's like it's scripture in Matthew 25, where he talks about the man that was he said, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was in prison, you visited me. And when I was sick in the hospital, you came and visited me. So we're not just talking about it, we're doing about it. It's a reasonable service. A reasonable service. They feed my sheep. Hallelujah. They are thirsty and scattered. Enemy has destroyed them. And I need you to go and work the field and gather them. They're looking for me and waiting on me. Where are my manifested sons and daughters?
Anybody else got thoughts, comments, or questions?
Can
Good
you
chance.
put your pick the board that you have up again, please?
Sure, but let me do this really before I
Thank you.
forget. This is that high priest garment. This is what he looks like when they got him decked out here. Okay, everybody seeing it? About as big as I can go here, I think. So there he is, all decked out. His golden band and his turban and his breastplate and his shoulder plates and everything, and pomegranates and bells and his inner garment. And there he's swinging his incense thingy. So there's what he looked like. And this is the tabernacle. So they've got all this built now. Okay. And so they're implementing it all now. They're putting it all together and start doing it. And it's all purification. It's trying to reach the level of cleanness or purification that Yahuwah's at so that they can be in his presence. That's what it's all about. That's what all this is about. All of it. Okay. Roger, what do you want that board I put up there just a minute ago?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I can put it back up here. Here, let me do this. It'll help you out. Hang on. There you go.
I got it. I got a picture of it. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Anybody else?
I see that sweater you're wearing there, Mark, now.
I see. I knew it. You were going to tease me about my sweater. That's why I said that earlier. So yeah, I knew that was coming, man. I got ahead of you on that one. All right. Anybody else? All right. Oh, okay. So let me see. Let's go back there then, where we're at. Leviticus. And so, yeah, I don't see anything else here. Just basically they're implementing it, what they were told to do. So they're starting to do it. And Aaron and his sons did all the words that Yahuwah had commanded by the hand of Moshe. Okay. All right. So that brings us to number 9. And here, Aaron and his sons begin to do all those offerings that we read about last week. So now they're going to start doing those, implementing them, and performing them. Okay. That's what's going to happen here in this chapter. Who wants to read that? Oh, before we start, Chance, read Daniel 4 when you get a chance. Chapter 4 on Daniel. Real carefully. Okay? You'll understand why once you start reading it. Okay?
All right, here I go.
No. You read that in private when you get a chance. You'll know why. Okay, anybody else? Oh, who wants to read chapter 9? I mean, that would be Sandra. Her arm went up like a flash of lightning.
And Uyiqara he calls Leviticus chapter 9, verse 1. And on the 8th yom, it came to be that Moshe called Aharon and his sons and the elders of Yishar. And he said to Aharon, take for yourself a young bull as a sin offering and a ram as a burnt offering, a perfect one, and bring them before Yahuwah. And speak to the children of Yisrael, saying, take a male goat as a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both a year old, perfect ones as burnt offering, and a bull and a ram as peace offerings to slaughter before Yahuwah, and a grain offering mixed with oil. For today, Yahuwah shall appear to you. And they took what Musha commanded before the tent of meeting. All the congregation drew near and stood before Yahuwah. And Musha said, this is the word which Yahuwah commanded you to do, so that the esteem of Yahuwah appears to you. And Musha said to Aharon, go to the altar and prepare your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make atonement for yourself and for the people, and make the offering of the people, and make atonement for them as Yahuwah has commanded. So Aharon came near to the altar and slaughtered the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aharon brought the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood and put it on the horns of the altar, and poured the blood at the base of the altar, and the fat, and the kidneys, and the appendage on the liver of the sin offering. He burned on the altar as Yahuwah had commanded Musha. And the flesh and the skin he burned with fire outside the camp. And he slaughtered the burnt offering, and the sons of Aharon presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled on the altar all around. And they presented the burnt offering to him with its pieces and head, and he burned them on the altar. And he washed the entrails and the legs and burned them with the burnt offering on the altar. And he brought the people's offering and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slaughtered it and made it a sin offering like the first one. And he brought the burnt offerings and made it according to the right ruling. He also brought the grain offering and filled his hand with it and burned it on the altar besides the burnt offering of the morning. And he slaughtered the bull and the ram as peace offerings, which were made for the people. And Aharon's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled on the altar all around, and the fat from the bull and the ram, the fat tail and the covering and the kidneys, the appendage on the liver. And they placed the fat on the breast, and he burned the fat on the altar. But the breast and the right thigh Aharon waved as a wave offering before Yahuwah, as Musha had commanded. And Aharon then lifted up his hand toward the people and blessed them, and came down from making the sin offering and the burnt offering and the peace offerings. And Musha and Aharon went into the tent of meeting and came out and blessed the people. And the esteem of Yahuwah appeared to all the people. And fire came out from before Yahuwah and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. And all the people saw and cried out and fell on their faces. You want that in italics read?
Sure, go ahead.
Shekinah Kabod, the physical manifestation of the dwelling place of the name by the author.
Okay. Look down here at 9. What is that? 4, where it says, "For today Yahuwah shall appear to you." And so, what does that mean? What is that insinuating? Today,
He's gonna manifest himself in his body of light.
yeah, but why? What's leading up to that? I mean, what did he have? What's going on?
So he's bringing his presence because they're making a right offering before him.
Right. They're cleaning everything up. They're getting pure. They're purifying themselves and everything so that his presence can come among them. See what I'm saying now? This is what this is all about. The uniforms, the sacrifice, everything is so that Yahuwah can come in their presence, or they can come into his presence, we'll say. See what I'm saying there? Okay, so then over in 5, and they took but Moses commanded for the tent of meeting, and all the congregation drew near and stood before Yahuwah. And Moses said, this is the word which Yahuwah commanded you to do, so that the esteem of Yahuwah appears to you. What's that? What's the esteem of Yahuwah? Roz?
Yahusha.
All right, that would be him in his body. He's going to appear to them in his body, or some type of theophanies, but definitely in a body, whatever he chooses to show himself in. He can change his body into anything. He's incredible. His body is incredible. It can be anything he wants it to be. It's still his body, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
No matter what form he takes, still his body. Don't matter what he appears as, it's still his body. So it can be the body of light, body of flesh, and the likeness of a man. It can be a smoke, a column of smoke, a pillar of fire, a smoking torch. It can be anything he wants it to be. Don't matter. He can appear as a tree. What's that matter? It's still his body. His body is amazing. Okay, so Phyllis.
Oh, I was just going to mention that it was the Shekinah.
Okay, what do you think that is? What's that look like?
Light, a pillar of fire, perhaps.
Yeah. If his Shekinah kabod is a physical manifestation of him, it would mean that it is something physical that he's dwelling in or manifesting himself as, so that he can be seen. Because Yahuwah is spirit and cannot be seen. No one has ever seen Yahuwah and lived. And so usually, most of the time, this basically, Shekinah Kabod is basically it's just simply his presence, man. It's the presence of Yahuwah in some type of manifestation, okay, that can be seen. And so usually, most of the time, it's light. He appears as a light, just a light. That's all. Nothing special, just a big light. But it can be anything. Okay. Okay, so over here then in 23, it says, Moshe and Aaron went into the tent of meeting and came out and blessed the people. And the esteem of Yahuwah appeared to all the people. But it really doesn't tell us what he appeared as, does it? Then it says, and fire came out from before Yahuwah and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. And all the people saw and cried out loud and fell on their faces. So they started screaming, panicking and screaming. Freaked them out, right? All of a sudden, whatever this esteem was, it appeared to all the people. And I'm going to go way out on the limb here and say it was in his body of light, in the likeness of a man. Okay. And fire came out of that and consumed the offering, the burnt offering, and the fat that was on the altar, and consumed it. All the people started screaming, went into a panic mode. Can you just hear the women screaming? Yeah, women can scream anyway, right? Children screaming, even men. And they all fell down to the ground on their faces in a prone position, started licking the dust because they were so afraid of what they just saw. Okay. And so, what does this remind you of? Ross, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that it was deliverance of everyone at that moment. If the offerings, that's what the fire was deliverance. Because it was taking all of the, I mean, they still had stuff in them, but that was what was coming to me. That his fire is the part, just like when he comes in the end, it'll be fire. It'll be deliverance of the earth, the Eretz.
Well, obviously, everything he told them to do, okay, down to the last little detail, they had done because his presence could come among them then. Okay. And so when he did, and they had that offering up on that altar to him, he consumed it. The fire came out, shot out from him, and consumed that in front of all those people. And so it was showing that they were purified because he could come into their presence. So all the things that he told them to do worked. Okay. Because now they were all on holy ground and they were purified to the point where he could come into their presence and they could see him. Okay. For whatever, why he wants to do it that way, it's just what it is. And so then the fire coming out and consuming them was a great sign of his supreme power over what?
Evil.
People, but also over all the false mighty ones they've been worshiping all these years in Egypt. They've never seen anything like that happen, worshiping all those Egyptian mighty ones. So they freaked, man. You can see that they never seen anything like it. They freaked out, started screaming and crying, and fell on the ground, put their faces into the dust. Probably didn't even look. They're probably laying there shaking in the dust, man. So what does that remind you of? Go ahead, James.
I was just it came across my mind as like all this is happening is like teaching us and leading us. You know, Yahuwah is making a people for himself. So like all these instances are kind of just reminding me of like where we're at today. You know what I mean? Like foreshadowing what we are today, and these people were literally going through it. I mean, could you imagine Yahuwah coming down to you in this presence and then fire shooting forth? Of course your ruah left you. You fell down face down. You need a ruah to get back up. Yahuwah is before you. You know what I mean? He's gonna, like remember in Yakazako when the steam of Yahuwah came and he fell and he couldn't get up, and Yahuwah had to put a ruah in him just to stand him back up. It kind of reminds me of that, Like the esteem of Yahuwah is so powerful, you couldn't do nothing but fall. It just poof, you know what I mean? Like, bam, that's the Most High right there before you, shooting fire out. Are you kidding me? He's taking their offering in. I mean, that's just, I'm beside myself on that. That's truly extraordinary and amazing. Hallelujah.
Yeah, these people, this hasn't been too long, after they came out of Egypt. It hasn't been that long. But, they're used to seeing all these, in Egypt, they had all kinds of gods they were worshiping, all kinds of them, right? And they had 10 major ones. And so, Yahuwah had to get that out of their head. And this did it, okay? Because once they seen this happen, they never saw any of them other gods in Egypt do anything, even close to this at all. Maybe through some tricks through their magicians, possibly, Ood and Adam, but nothing like this, right? And so you ever hear that term? Oh, that scared the daylights out of me. You've all heard that, haven't you? Well, I think this is like scaring the darkness out of them, is what this did. It took all that belief and all those false mighty ones out of them when he did this. Because this was the first time, wasn't it? This was right after they made everything. They did all the things he told them to do to purify themselves and get ready. Because today's the day he's going to appear to you. He's going to appear to us today. After we've done all this, it's going to happen now. And it did. So this was the first time, and it scared the darkness out of them. Go ahead, Sandra.
So remember when he spoke to them in Shemoth, which is Exodus 20, and he verbalized the 10 Deborim? They had the same reaction in his presence. So he's really showing them their reality. Another occasion it reminds me of when he took Peter, Yaqub, and Yehukanan up to the mountain, and he transformed himself to that body of light, and they became fearful. So in his presence, it says it's a scripture in there that says, in the presence of you, it's a fearful thing to fall into the presence or into the hands of Yahuwah. So this is it's bringing a whole lot of things into my mind, because they're in his real presence, but yet they're still flesh. And so their reaction is, because they are still flesh, how awesome it is to go to be obedient and follow his every step. Is kind of what I was getting a little of out of that.
Anybody else? What's this reminding you of? Chance?
I'm thinking, like Yahuwah's he's forming the belief in them right now. He's giving him that belief. Yahusha tells us, you have seen, but Baruch are those who have not seen. You know what I mean? So Yahuwah is like, right now, I feel like there's some building of that belief being put in right here. You know what I mean? Like you were just saying, in Egypt, they were falling down before stones. Things that had no breath, that had to be carried, just statues and stuff. But here Yahuwah is, consuming this offering and fire right before their eyes. So, you know what I mean? It's leading them by cloud and fire. You know what I mean? Yahuwah is putting this belief, he's teaching them. He's leading them. You know what I mean? He's literally, it's amazing. Wow. That's just...
Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't it like a foreshadow also of Eliyahu and fighting the ones for Baal?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, that's it. So everybody go to 1 Kings 18:38. So 1 Kings 18:38 says, "In the fire of Yahuwah fell and consumed the burnt offering." Same thing, right? "And the wood, and the stones, and the dust, and it licked up the water that was in the trench. And all the people saw and fell on their faces and said, Yahuwah is the Elohim. Yahuwah, he is Elohim." And
I was thinking that too, but I got tongue twisted when I spoke. So I'm just confirming that is what also was that a reminder of. And remember when they sacrificed Monarch and his wife sacrificed before him, the same fire came up and consumed the sacrifice and went back up into the Shamaim.
yeah, he went up in the fire. He didn't lick it up or fall. He actually went up into the Shemaim in the fire. That blow. Then they knew they were messing with Yahuwah then, right? Up to that point, they thought he was just a man. Okay, so all right. Any other Questions, thoughts, or comments on Leviticus 8 or 9? Who wants to do 10? You got questions, Sandra?
Just wanted to point out that it's a fearful thing to fall into his hands, it's a scripture in there that says, don't fear man who can just destroy the body, but fear him who can destroy both body and being in Gehenna. So even though fear is a human emotion, but when we are perfected in his love, we can cast out all the fears of humankind and of our flesh and just fear him. And to really fear him is to obey him. It's important that fearing him is obeying him, to know him, to really know him and trust him. Hallelujah. That's what I was thinking that would be important with this scripture as well.
Anybody else? Chance, go ahead.
Do you think just what Sandra was just talking about here is the beginning of wisdom is the fear of Yahuwah, and then once your obedience perfects, you become what is that perfect love where no more fear exists because you have been made right in Yahuwah. You know what I mean? So that at the beginning you're being refined and you're scared because you don't want to stumble. But once your obedience has been perfected, you become this form of love that Yahuwah is teaching us. And once you've reached that level, you transcend from fear into perfect love. And that's something to think about. That stuff really gets me together right there. I get thinking about that. Isn't that something? My goodness.
Yeah, once you reach a certain level of understanding, you become the Torah. Okay, and you receive what Scripture describes as man, I just lost my thought. So you're like a small little walking Torah, okay, and so freedom of Torah. That's what I was trying to think of. So you get what they call Scripture says freedom of Torah describes it, okay. And so, so why do you suppose when you reach a certain level of understanding that you become the walking Torah? What does that mean to you, Ross?
The closer that we become to Yahuwah, the more that we become like him, the more that we are taking in every word that he tells us.
Talita?
Through obedience and just through knowing his word, we are basically like emanating that. We're the physical sort of example of, like, hopefully the more that we're reading about that, that's what happens, is that in every day and everything we do, you know, it's shining the Torah.
Say it more simplicity. Say it more simply. Ross?
Do we come like a form of a divine body at that point?
Yeah, but I'm saying more of what Talitha was just saying. I mean, she said it, but a little bit went around. You know, she can bring it in real simple. Anybody else? Chance?
What's coming to me is like an exact representation of his substance. You know what I mean? His word. You know, like you're coming to be his word, a walking word. You have transcended yourself. You know.
Well, that's what we said. You become the walking Torah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, what does that mean? So I'm asking you.
Love.
Love, yeah. You've learned to love. All right. So once you learn to love, you become the walking Torah, which means you've been given freedom of Torah. What does that mean? Go ahead, Phil.
You become like Yahusha.
In what way?
In that love, in that example. You're the walking Torah. You're the example of the love of Yahuwah and the sacrifice of Yahuwah through Yahusha.
What was Yahusha to us? And what is he still? What's he
A
doing
living
right
sacrifice.
now? What's he doing
Excuse
right
me.
now? What's he doing right now? Go ahead, Ross.
We have a heart of flesh at that point because the Torah is written on our heart.
Right. But Phil was like so close to saying it, and so was Delita. So it's just really a one-word answer, really. At least what I'm looking for.
So we become love. We become Yahuwah.
I'm not.
Is that it?
That's what Phil said.
Yeah. We become love. It's like in Hebrews chapter 1, we become in his essence. Like Yahushua came in his essence. We become in his essence too. We no longer are flesh and blood. We are his body. And in his indwelling.
Yeah.
He is indwelling.
Oh, that's true. Go ahead, Talita.
Isn't there a scripture that talks about love? It says love rested against Torah or something like that. I was looking for that scripture because it says love rested against Torah. Once you come into that perfect
What is
love,
the Torah?
Love.
What's the purpose of the Torah?
To teach us to love Yahuwah and to love one another.
So we become teachers of Torah because we are the Torah. We become the teachers.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
Me being a teacher should have known that.
Bill should have got that one.
You got me with a hook on that one. I didn't cover.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. That's really cool. We're getting somewhere now. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Chance.
Just hit it. I like how we're all in one mind because here in Romans 13:10, therefore love is completion of the Torah.
Bingo. You found it.
I mean, that's the one I was looking for. Love is the completion of the Torah.
Good.
What was yours that you said, Sandra? It was Hebrews what?
It's Hebrews.
Hebrews 1. And he is
thank you.
Romans 13, what verse, brother?
Romans 13, verse 10.
Thank you. That's the one I was looking for.
Yeah, really good.
So does that mean we are complete in him? So I was thinking about, it's a scripture that says that he who had begun a good work in us. Sorry, Talita, I know you're ready. He who had begun a good work in us will perform it until the day of Yahushua. I think it'll help us with.
Okay, so look. So we study and everything, and then we become, we find love, right? So we find love, the goal of the Torah, all right? And so then we become the Torah. We become little Torahs running around, right? And this means we become teachers. So instead of being students of the Torah, now we're teachers of the Torah, right? Because it's in our hearts. He's put it in our hearts. Get it? Okay, so now all of a sudden, once you reach that level, you become, you get freedom of Torah. What does that mean? Because that's important to know. What does that mean? Does that mean you get to go out and break all the rules? Go ahead, Roz.
Well, with us becoming more like Yahuwah, then he's speaking through our mouths rather than us speaking. Mm-hmm. And we become his word as well. So the word is coming out of our mouth. So we're more and more and more getting to that level of being like him. We'll never be him, but we will be like him, as we're still a creation.
Yeah, on the deepest levels, I'd say you're right. Go ahead, Chance.
Are you trying to answer your question here? Are you talking about the Torah of belief? The freedom of Torah, like separating, we're not bound by Torah, but by the Torah of belief in Yahusha. So we've been
No,
set. Oh, you're not going that way? Okay.
not quite that far out.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sandra.
I'm not sure what freedom of Torah is. I've been wondering, but I'm thinking that it means you don't use your freedom for an occasion for the flesh.
That's it, man. Basically it. Yeah. Yeah. So the simplest way for me to describe it, anyway, is that it's like I always use alcohol for a beer. What is that? Okay. All right. So say in your mind, we're all teachers of Torah. We're talking at the same level here, and there ain't no more up and down levels. We're all at the same level. All teachers of Torah, right? Okay. So in my mind, I think it's not good to drink beer. Beer should stay away from, because there's Torah in here that says the priest should not drink alcohol, should not touch alcohol. Okay, so since we're a priest, that's a sin for us. So I don't do it. Okay. All right. Now somebody else might think differently. They might think, oh, it's okay to drink a beer as long as you don't get drunk, or a glass of wine, as long as you don't get drunk. So, I want to have me a glass of wine. It's not a sin to me. And so they drink it. Which one of us sinned? Who sinned?
Neither. Because he who drink it did it unto Yahuwah, and he who did not drink it did it unto Yahuwah.
Exactly. And so now, if I would have thought it's a sin to drink a beer, and then I drank the beer anyway, and then this other guy comes up and he said, it's not, I don't think it's a sin to drink a beer, but I'm with Joe, and Joe thinks it is a sin to drink beer. So I'm not going to drink a beer in front of Joe because I don't want Joe to stumble. Who sinned? Chance?
The one who drank it and has a guilty conscience about it.
Exactly. So there it is. There's freedom of Torah, explained as simply as I could explain it. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on it? Really good, Sandra. Your responses were fantastic.
All esteem to Yahushua for bringing me that understanding. I didn't know it.
But you said you didn't understand it, but you do, because your responses tells me you do understand it.
I'm understanding it as we're discussing it. I give you esteem to Yahushua. He's opening my understanding. So,
I got you.
I get it now. I really do get it now, what you mean by freedom of Torah.
Okay.
Sandra, will you repeat it? Who's laughing in the background? Sandra, will you repeat it, please?
Okay. Okay. So not using using your liberty for an occasion of your flesh. Therefore, if you do it, the person that drinks unto Yahuwah, he's not sinning. It's like that parable, that teaching that Paul teaches in Corinthians about the fast. He that eats unto Yahuwah, and he that does not eat eats unto Yahuwah. But Brother Mark brought it out deeper. He's saying, like, don't use your freedom to cause your brother or sister to fall. Because really and truly, think about it. What is sin? The transgression of his covenant. And then in Tindaborum, there's nothing in there talking about what you eat and what you drink. It's talking about what you do. Hallelujah. How you demonstrate it. So in other words, don't use it as occasion to the flesh, because like Chance, that scripture really helped me. You said, love is the completion of the Torah. Love completes it. It's like the Yahudim that tries to live according to the letter of the law versus walking in the spirit, is what I get to understand. So I praise you, who is Ruach Kadesh, for giving me that understanding now. Because you know what? Because you know what? Drinking and stuff is taught wrong by the serpents, telling them, because it says that in, I think it's in Marshall. Is it Marshall chapter 20? Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging. But more than likely, that's talking about teaching more than anything. And because remember, when Noah got drunk, his nakedness was exposed to his son, which his son got a curse. His son's son got a curse for his son looking up on his nakedness for him being drunk. So we got to have. That's where discipline comes in. Don't overdo nothing, right? Okay.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? So my wife said the reason I feel cold, even though it's 70 degrees in the house, is because the atmospheric pressure changed. You know, low front and high front stuff. Could be. Oh, man. So anyway, who wants to read 10? Go ahead, Phil.
Leviticus chapter 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his fire holder and put a fire in it, and put incense in it, and brought strange fire before Yahuwah, which he had not commanded them. And fire came out from Yahuwah and consumed them, and they died before Yahuwah. Then Moshe said to Aaron, "This is what Yahuwah spoke, saying, by those who come near me, let them be set apart, and before all the people, let me be esteemed." And Aaron was silent. And Moshe called to Mizrael and to Atisphon, the sons of Izaziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, "Come near, take your brothers before the Kadesh place out of the camp." So they came near and took them by their long shirts out of the camp, as Moshe had said. And Moshe said to Aaron and to Eleazar and to Ithamar, his sons, "Do not unbind your heads nor tear your garments, lest you die." And wrath came upon all the people. But let your brothers, all the house of Israel, bewail the burning which Yahuwah has kindled. And do not go out from the door of the tent of the meeting, lest you die, for the anointing oil of Yahuwah is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moshe. And Yahuwah spoke to Aaron, saying, "Do not drink wine or strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tent of the meeting, lest you die, a law forever, throughout your generations, so as to make a distinction between the set apart and the profane, and between the unclean and the clean, and to teach the children of Israel all the laws which Yahuwah has spoken to them by the hand of Moshe."
Okay,
And
hang on.
Okay.
Okay, so this strange fire before Yahuwah here. So you see, right up back, if we stay in context with chapter 9, where it says Yahuwah, a fire came out from before you and consumed the burnt offerings and the fat of the altar. And so they were, the esteem of you had appeared in them. So they were in the presence of Yahuwah. And then Aaron's two sons each took his fire holder and put fire in it and put incense on it and brought strange fire before Yahuwah, which he had not commanded them to do. So in context, they did this in front of, when he appeared in front of them at this meeting. So see what I'm saying? Same. This is the same meeting. There's nothing's changed here yet. Are we all following that? Because people get confused on this. They think that they took that fire into the tabernacle on their own some other day and did this and died, but they didn't. This was that same very first meeting after they purified everything and put everything in, implement everything Yahuwah told them to do. Y'all seeing that? And so in other words, all the people were laying on their face in the prone position, and Aaron's sons decided they were going to bring their fire holders. Remember, I showed you that picture of the high priest, and he was holding that fire holder, swinging it around on a chain. So they brought theirs. They each took their fire holder and put fire in it and put incense in it, and then brought the strange fire before Yahuwah in his presence, and he killed them. They died. Okay, it didn't say he killed him. It says they brought it before Yahuwah, which he had not commanded them, and then fire came out from Yahuwah and consumed them, and they died before Yahuwah. So yeah, he did kill them. Okay, so this all happened at the same time. So what these two guys did is they decided on their own, hey, let's go worship him. Let's go do this and worship him. But Yahuwah did not give them those instructions. And so it wasn't part of the purifying ritual, right? It wasn't part of it, what he told them to do. So what did they do then that got them in so much trouble? It wasn't that they weren't allowed to do what they did, because this is what they were doing. This is like I showed you here on this. I'll show it to you again. Where is that? Maybe I'll show it to you again. Oh, here it is. Let me put it back up here real quick. I want y'all to see what the point I'm trying to make here. Yep. Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is, see this, the high priest here? See it right here? This chain he's holding in his hand, and there's that thing that they brought in front of Yahuwah. See, they were told to make this. And so, what was the strange fire all about? What did they get in trouble for doing, other than this wasn't part of his instructions? And this was the very first time, remember, the very first time that they did this. They were implementing his instructions. And so I'm sure Yahuwah wanted them to get it right. But I think there's something even more, a little bit deeper, right, and why he did this. What do y'all think? Saras, go ahead.
Anything can become an idol. Did they make that into their own idol to worship because they chose to do it? They brought it to Yahuwah. Yahuwah did not tell them. They made it into an idol to worship the Father, even though that was his instrument that he wanted to be worshiped with. But they chose to do it at that time.
It says each took his fire holder, so they had their own fire holders.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And they put fire in it, put the incense in it, just like that picture I just showed you. So it was smoke, and then they brought it before Yahuwah. They were just trying to worship Yahuwah. I'm not really sure if they thought they were doing anything wrong, but being the very first time, this may have been the very first time that they ever put fire in that altar and incense and lit it up, man.
But what I'm saying is that in their mind, they chose to do that with you, for Yahuwah, but Yahuwah didn't ask them to do it. No, so is that a form of idolatry or making that into an idol? Because they chose the fire thing, the lantern that the Father had said to use for worshiping him.
Yeah. It may have been the beginning of that type of, he didn't want it to start.
Yeah.
If he'd have let it go, it may have led to that. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. But we don't know because it didn't happen, but maybe it could have led to that. But remember, this was the very first time they fired this thing up. So I don't think it was, they had made it into an idol yet, unless they were swinging it around, so go, whippy, I'm a priest, look what I got here, man. They were really going crazy over their other stuff they were given to use as a priest. Maybe then, yeah. But I don't know. I guess it's possible, Ross. It leads, there's a lot of assuming there, though, as far as I can tell. Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, this to me is like basically Yahuwah had to sort of set the example, because so first he appears, right? So everything was done exactly how he asked, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to appear. And then I don't think that they thought they were doing anything wrong either, but it doesn't matter. They weren't following his command and his instruction of what he said, how he wanted it. And for me, that's like a very bold statement of like, that we aren't to just because we are saying we're doing this to worship Yahuwah, it doesn't necessarily mean that. So this could be even a good example of, if you're talking about the holidays and stuff, is like, right? Because everyone will just say, oh, well, we're celebrating and we're doing this and it's fine. It might not be written in scripture, but it's fine. We still love him. He knows our heart, right? But for this example, he's showing very clearly that that's not what he asked, and therefore that's not what he wants you to do.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's saying that you can't make up, your own religious rituals, man. It's not acceptable. No matter, although you might think it's good to do, it's not acceptable.
Yeah, because that's also part of the problem. It's you thinking what you think that's better, or whatever, like even if it's not with that intention, you're just doing it because you're trying to worship Yahuwah, but you're still relying on your own thoughts and your own
Understanding.
Yeah, on your own understanding or whatever, instead of seeking and following what Yahuwah is saying.
Right. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's because I don't see that anything that they were doing wrong, other than they just started doing what they felt was good to do, and it wasn't, because it was actually Yahuwah didn't tell him to do it. So he doesn't. He would not only does he want you to do exactly what he did. He don't want you to take anything away from it. He don't want you to add anything to it. He wants you to do it precisely. Either way is wrong as far as he's concerned. And so, being the first time and the first example of implementing all this, he had to do it harshly. He didn't want that to go anywhere, to grow, and go anywhere. He wanted to stop it right there and then. You ain't doing that. Bam, you're dead. You know what I'm saying? It could also have been a little bit of a violation of the purity laws as well.
And then that reminds me of the new what's it called? What's the candlestick thing called? Menorah, the new menorah that you were saying that they have ready to use in the new temple.
Oh, yeah.
But that the center is made of copper.
Yeah. Out of bronze, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
or out of bronze. It reminds me, just like brings me back to that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
It was similar, and almost like putting words in his mouth, our own personal interpretation. That's not from the Ruach. It's from our own, demonstrating our own esteem, maybe. You know what I mean? It's when you think, well, I know what I'm doing, or that kind of thing. I don't know how to put it to words, but yes, for sure. Putting ourselves before him, and doing what we want to do, thinking we're doing it right, but in actuality, we're not. So similar.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of, Phil? It's like somebody gets a brand new car, right? And they're real proud of this new car, right? Almost to a fault, right? So they're driving around this new car, real proud of it and everything. Boy, that's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And all of a sudden, boom, they hit a little post or something in their parking, and they put a dent in this brand new car. All right. Oh, damn, my brand. Why? Well, Yahuwah made them do that because they were putting that brand new shiny car above him. He said, that thing ain't that great. But yes, boom, I'll dent that sucker. So, I mean, it's just kind of like that, Go ahead, Phil.
Funny you should mention that, Mark. That very thing happened to me. I washed this vehicle every other day. I did this, I did that. And then there was a hard winter, a lot of snow around, a lot of big snow mountains. They plow and they turn into ice. I hit one of them. And that was his message. Watch it, buddy.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what happened. and it humbled me. I repented, and that's exactly. Oh man, that ruach is working today for sure.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sandra.
I read this verse contemplating several times, and I came up with he had already given them a specification for the oil of incense, but they decided to offer their own incense. It's sort of like being self-willed instead of doing it with the way he said, because in all his directions in chapter 9.
Yeah, no, wait a minute. Let's clear that up, okay? Because it says that each one took his fire holder, so they all had their own fire holders. They put fire in it and put incense on it. It doesn't say where they got that incense from. It doesn't say they made up their own incense. They could have took it out of the incense that was made up for the altar of incense. That's what I'm gathering that they used inside of these mobile incense holders that they swung around with the smoke coming out. You know what I mean?
But I was just saying it like that, because in his directions in chapter 9, he didn't tell them anything about offering up incense. That's one opinion I have. And then the other one.
They did. They had an altar of incense.
Right. On this particular occasion, he was just telling them how to offer the burnt offering. He was telling them how to offer the burnt offering and the sin offering. He wasn't saying anything about the incense offering.
Yeah, and that's
the direction.
Correct.
But another opinion could be because as soon as that happened, he told Musha to tell them not to enter into his presence having drinking wine or strong drink. So I'm thinking they must have entered into his presence, maybe intoxicated or something.
But we don't know that.
I don't know that, but I was just kind of wondering, Yeah,
I know. I've thought that myself. I've thought that myself before, but it really doesn't say that.
Yeah. So whatever he says, strange fire. So that would be anything in self or flesh that he has not told you to do.
Yeah, it could be. I'm going to say anything that you add or subtract, take away from his instruction is strange fire. That's what I say about as far as strange fire goes. I don't know.
It's like mankind trying to exalt himself. It's like mankind trying to esteem himself rather than esteeming Yahuwah.
Yeah. Yeah, there could be definitely some self-pride here when they went out there and said, come on, let's go out here in his presence and worship him with this incense. There could have been a little bit of pride that led them to do that, for sure. Rather than wait to say, oh, no, don't do it, man. He didn't tell us to do it. We better just lay back here in the shadow, man, chill out, Who knows? It doesn't give a lot of specifications. And so I'm just saying that we got to be, I would rather err on the side of caution than to assume. Because if we assume and we tell people things that really we don't know for a fact, it's not really in there, then we're lying. Maybe we're lying. If we're lucky, we're telling the truth, but we really don't know. So that's too big of a risk for me.
Well, and worse.
Do not drink wine or strong drink, nor your sons when you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die.
Yeah, but that he told him that later on.
But they assumed something too, Mark.
I'm going to get to what you're saying, Sandra. You're jumping ahead. Just hang on. We'll get there. Go ahead, Phil.
But they may have assumed something as well. So if we assume how they did it, we're doing the same thing.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yep, for sure.
I'm sure that they were doing some assuming they shouldn't have been doing as well.
I got that, Brother Phil. I understand.
Maybe even leaning toward being prideful here, in a way. But that's
Lean not to
assumption.
your own understanding.
That's
All right.
assumption.
Not to your
Right?
own understanding.
Saying that. So this is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, there's a lot of blanks here and shady areas within scriptures, and it's hard to, we just got to be careful. We don't want to assume things. Go ahead, Ross. But I know we all want to. I do it the same thing. I'm not. Go ahead, Ross.
Is it because they did it themselves and didn't do it as the group? Also, besides the father, not.
I'm glad they did do it as a group because they probably all would have died.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, but in other words, they made themselves separate from the set apart priest.
Yeah, which could be a sign of being prideful.
Yeah.
That they were better than the other ones, or maybe they wanted to get ahead, advance,
climbing up that corporate ladder.
Yeah, climb up the corporate ladder type thing, and they got shot down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go ahead, Chance.
Something I've been chewing on here about it is Yahuwah is about order and guarding covenant, and when these guys come along and start doing as they please, you're gonna lead you're gonna lead all Yashrael on this thing, and they're gonna all start grabbing incense holders, and it's gonna be all out of disorder and disarray. And Yahuwah is all about order. He sets things in order, and if we step outside of that, he sees before we do, and he will know that I can't have all these people running around swinging incense holders around whenever they want to. I got to keep order. I'm Yahuwah. I got to make sure that these people are in line, and this is a very vulnerable time for Yashrael because they're just coming out of Egypt. They're still stuck in that statue worship stuff. So Yahuwah is really refining them at a purest point here. He's setting an example, saying, you guys stay in line, don't step out of line, and so that's what's coming to me is the order of things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm putting emphasis on it being the very first time. As in it being, he has to set the standards. It's like the very first time, that you put soup in a bowl. You know what I mean? You don't know if the bowl is going to leak or not. You see what I'm saying? So if it leaks, you get rid of it, right? Or take it back, get your money back, whatever type thing. It's the very first time they're ready to roll. They were told that he was going to appear before them, and he did, and everything was going good until these two priests decided to take matters in their own hands. For whatever reason, they did that. We really don't know, but they did, and they died for it. That we do know. Go ahead, Ross.
A few weeks back, you had shown the new outfits for the priest that they had made. And you had a couple of them that were in that picture that they were perfect. Their hem was like, there was no undergarment showing. And then there was 2 or 3 that were like waiting for the flood, and that picture kind of bothered me because it's like, you've got some that are really trying to be with the Father, and then you've got these that are they didn't get the memo of that the length should be a certain length. Kind of almost like this is, where you had the ones that did it their way and didn't do it the Yahuwah way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, and I think we all just have to be careful and make sure that we do what you told us to do and not step out of bounds. Like the biggest thing that comes to my mind in our era is when people say, I received a prophecy from Yahuwah about your life, and he told me to tell you this. you know, and you're sitting there listening to this, and and then so they go away, and you think, yeah, that's that, you know, I don't believe that, or whatever, right? And then it never happens, you know. So these people are lying. They're saying that Yahuwah told them something when he didn't. You know, I mean, we do have what we call an imagination, and we have to take control of that. We can't let our imagination run wild with us. And we're sitting there daydreaming and thinking that Yahuwah is talking to us, and really it's just us talking to ourselves, you know, self-talking. I would be scared to death, knowing that what I know now, to do anything like that. Unless I can hear Yahuwah talking to me, like I can hear you talking to me, I'm not going to tell anybody that I heard Yahuwah say anything. You know, if Yahuwah talks through me, and I can't stop it, that's one thing. But for me to say, Yahuwah told me to tell you this when he didn't actually do that, like he did the prophets, and they heard him speaking to them, is a thing we need to be very cautious of. Because Scripture talks about that he's going to reject the prophets in the last days. Remember? So we got to be careful. Now, reading Scripture or quoting Scripture verbatim is prophesying, and that's okay. Just got to be careful with all that other stuff. Go ahead, Ross.
Just recently, well, on 12/25, the flooding of the whole earth was supposed to happen again. And it was from somebody in Africa that said that they had spoken to God. And why I'm saying this is it's like the false prophets, that it didn't come to be. And his name was Ebo Noah. And he was building boats, and he was telling everybody to come over there. And he had a panic and being started and everything. And it was on the news. It made national news. It made, they actually at one point arrested him over there in that country, and then he got back out. But that's what we're dealing with these days, is that somebody is saying that it's coming from the Father when it's not. So false prophets.
Yeah, that's and Yahusha told us that was going to happen in the end times too. So be a lot of false prophets, a lot of false messiahs as well. Okay. All right. Let's see now. So I think here in 3, where it says, Moshe said to Aaron, "This is what Yahuwah spoke, saying, by those who come near me, let me be set apart, and before all the people, let me be esteemed." And Aaron was silent. This kind of gives us a hint. This is what Yahuwah spoke, saying, by those who come near me, let them be set apart. So almost as like they weren't set apart for some reason, or cleaned up. And before all the people, let me be esteemed. And so could it be that they were esteeming themselves, like trying to show people that they were a priest through their pride of their position? They wanted to be esteemed by the people, and they saw them priests coming out swinging that smoke around, going, "Ooh, look at the priest," when it was supposed to be all about Yahuwah's presence. See what I'm saying? So this could be a hint to why they got knocked dead. Go ahead, Phil.
I was thinking the very thing, and they're young, so that means they have friends that are probably maybe even partly jealous because they just come out of, this is the first time, and so they want to show, hey, yeah, that's right, look at us, we're in favor, and bragging almost, maybe with their demonstration, who knows, especially because of that part right there. So anyway, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Another funny thing is priests aren't supposed to touch dead bodies But yet these two priests were called to come take those bodies out of the camp. And so they came near and took them by their long shirts out of the camp. So possibly they didn't touch the body. They just grabbed the shirts, the clothes, and carried them out. They were able to avoid touching the dead flesh. Perhaps. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, because didn't Aaron have a rope tied around his ankles so that in case he messed up and then he was killed and he had to be drug out of there because they couldn't go in and get him? Is that true?
That's tradition. So, they say that's what they used to do.
Right.
Do not unbind your heads nor tear your garments, lest you die, and wrath come upon all the people. But let your brothers, all the house of Israel, be well in the burning which Yahuwah has kindled. They had to burn the bodies, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, they weren't even allowed to show emotion about it, the rest of the priest. Aaron wasn't, none of them were. They had to remain, they couldn't cry or do nothing, or they would die. So they just sit there like a zombie and accept it, what Yahuwah did. That's wild, isn't it? Roz?
I was just taking it off Talitha, and that light coming in, it's had like a magenta color. And then at one point it had like a blue, almost like a presence in between the two of y'all. In fact, the blue is still kind of there, but it was like a cornflower blue in between y'all. They showed up, as
what's
a
that light coming in there? Is that your
yeah.
window or something? Talitha, is that your light coming in your window? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's in the window.
Looks like a sunburst coming in there.
Anyway, it was beautiful. I just wanted to tell you, just in case you didn't realize it.
I didn't see it. Thank you.
Thanks, Roz.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I think our biggest clue to why they had died, and when they brought the strange fire before Yahuwah, which I'm going to take was strange fire means that it wasn't his instruction. It was different instructions than what he gave. That's what my opinion of that is. And I think verse 3 is the biggest clue, because it says, then Moses said to Aaron, which would have been their father, this is what Yahuwah spoke, saying, by those who come near me, let me be set apart, and before all the people, let me be esteemed. And so I think it sounds like to me Yahuwah was telling Aaron why his sons died, why Yahuwah killed his sons. And so that would have been the reasons. Okay. But again, I just want to make sure we all see that this is in context to the first time that they implemented these instructions. Okay, this didn't happen on 3 months later. They just walked into the tent with strange fire and got killed, because that's what most people imply when they talk about this, and that ain't true. So that's why I said we got to read in context. We got to stay in context and don't take stuff out of context, and definitely don't repeat what other people say without going and looking it up yourself before you say anything. Don't just repeat it because somebody told you something. Go read it and make sure that they told you correctly, because they might have misinterpreted it. And then now you're going around repeating the misinterpretation because you didn't bother to go investigate it yourself. I think they called them the Bereans that did that, right? So there's a word of caution as well. Okay. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, so I was actually just going to go to number 3. By those who come near me, let me be set apart. Like, to me, that also could say like something that they were doing. I mean, maybe that's how you would worship, how they would have worshipped like other GODs, before. So something maybe that was also brought over. I don't know whether it's because they had their own incense holder or whether it's the incense, but something they were doing. Not only was it not to command, but maybe it's something that, because he specifically says, "Let me be set apart." So for him to say that, that means they must have been doing something that would make him not set apart and like not different from the rest, right? So it kind of seems like it brings a relation to that. So potentially there was also just something happening that, you know, maybe we don't fully understand, but deals with like another type of ritual that they were bringing in, maybe by having their own incense burner. I don't know.
That's a good point. And I think, and like I say, I think this was all part of, like I said, he scared the darkness out of them rather than the daylight out of them. He scared the darkness out of them, and maybe this was part of that purging. You know, maybe these two young guys wasn't totally cleaned up of that. What they learned in Egypt, worshiping the other mighty ones, doing weird stuff. Maybe they thought they would go do something that they did to other mighty ones in Egypt, and when they copycatted that ritual, that wasn't set apart to Yahuwah, because everything that is set apart to Yahuwah is different. It can't be the same thing that they did to worship other mighty ones, because then it ain't set apart to Yahuwah. See what I mean? And he doesn't want to be worshipped the same way they worshiped other mighty ones, false mighty ones. He wants to be worshipped totally different. So it's a vital point to Lethan, and I think you're onto something there. I think that's probably correct. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just noticing that it was also an example of his quick, instant judgment against disobedience that was there applied. And that was before Yahushua had come and given us an escape through his blood and Yahuwah's favor. In other words, do what I say do. Hallelujah.
Yeah,
Sacrifice.
Yeah, when Moses said, "This is what Yahuwah spoke, saying, by those who come near me, let me be set apart." It's set apart from Gentile way of worship. You know what I'm saying? The way the nations worship their mighty ones. It has to be. To set apartness is exclusive. Yeah, don't worship me any other way. Just exactly how I said to be worshipped, because it's nobody else's. None of the mighty ones have ever been worshipped the way that I'm telling you to worship me. So this is an exclusive affair. See what I'm saying? So I think it was they got in trouble because I think Talitha is right. I think they definitely were borrowing from Gentile worship here and tried to worship Yahuwah the same way that they saw somebody else in Egypt doing it, and that's what got them in big trouble. But also, where it says, and before all the people, let me be esteemed, is I think was showing some type of maybe immature pridefulness or something, because they were priests and they were showing off type thing, maybe as well. You know, and I think this is what this was all about. It seems to make sense. Go ahead, Chance.
It kind of makes me think about today with people, when you hear them being like God, Yahuwah, and all this stuff like that, and it's just like this is pagan practices brought into Yahuwah, and this is kind of like that, you know what I mean? But just like what Talitha was just saying here, is this strange fire is still being brought in, and to refine that, to burn that out of them. When we receive the Ruah of Yahuwah, we start calling him Elohim, Alua, my all. Automatically our lips change, you know what I mean? Because Yahuwah is Kudash. He will not be worshipped like a heathen or a pagan. And I kind of agree with that too, is they're doing this on some heathen stuff. They just came out of the iron furnace. They're just coming back out here doing like, oh, let me get up and eat and drink and dance and burn incense. And Yahuwah's like, you're gonna do that, you're gonna stop right now. We're gonna stop that right now. And it's an example, even to tell Aaron and them that they can't even mourn. That's something to behold there.
Yeah. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead, June.
I don't know if me and my words can get this out, but I'm kind of seeing this like in the end days. You're going to have that fake third temple up there, and they're going to be giving off the sacrifices and things the way they believe they should be done. And then the anti-Mashiach comes in, and you have all this falseness and strange fire. There'll be people running around with this strange fire trying to teach it to others. And then when the day of his appearance comes, he will consume them all in an all-consuming fire. And so it's kind of like Chance said, that when they're consumed with a fire, we will be changed into our immortal body. So we won't be mourning. We'll be in a different state at that time. So we're not going to look back and remember that or dwell on that, because we'll be in our immortal bodies. But I'm just kind of seeing that play out here while I was reading through that.
Anybody else? Well, shoot. Okay, so don't forget that when they first came out of Egypt, there was those 10 plagues, right? And well, the 10 plagues were done in order for Yahuwah to spread his name throughout the world, but also so that the world would know him, but also to prove to the world, the Egyptians and the Israelites, but the whole world, that the mighty ones of Egypt were false. And so he basically mocked them, is what he did. So every one of them, like say, the frog, remember the frog one? That was shaming one of Egypt's mighty ones who had a head of a frog. And he was a fertility god. And the storm that came, that was mocking their god of storms and disasters. And the one of darkness, the plague of darkness, that was showing his authority over Ra. Their son god, they're mighty, the mightiest one they had. And it showed authority over him by making the world stay dark for 3 days. And scripture says that the darkness was so intense that they could feel it. They could even feel the darkness. And so that's what it was all about. He was proving that all these different mighty ones of Egypt were false. And he was the only one true living Elohim. And so they should have knew better, but they didn't. And they seem to have tried to duplicate some type of Gentile worship, and they got struck down along with their self-pride. All right. So tradition says that they made up their own recipe when they made their own incense, but I don't think they had time to do all that. Really, this was the very first day. You know, where'd they have time to do all that? See what I'm saying? So I wouldn't repeat that. But you can, like I said, man, verse 3, I think is the giveaway on this to really understand why they died. The answer's in verse 3. Okay, now let's move on over here. So we see that in 7 it says, and do not go out from the door of the tent of meeting lest you die, for the anointing oil of Yahuwah is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. So they were in a panic when this happened. So, you know, Moses telling them, don't do this, don't do that, don't cry, don't do that, no, don't do that, don't go outside, you'll die. You know, just freeze in your tracks, man. Be still. Be still. Yahuwah is not playing, you know. And so anyway, he's got them all calmed down and everything. And then in 8 and 9 here, Yahuwah spoke to Aaron and saying, don't drink wine, don't drink strong drink, nor your sons with you. And this is after the 2 died, but he still had some sons. When you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die, a law forever throughout your generation. So he's letting them know that, you know, don't come in here drunk. Now, whether or not those 2 boys that got struck dead were drinking, but then we would have to stop and say, well, that's not fair because Yahuwah didn't tell them that yet. And so he killed them for an unintentional sin. And Yahuwah's not like that, is he? And we know that. We've read about that, the unintentional sin. Yahuwah doesn't kill people for unintentional sins. He actually allows a forgiveness for that. And so he wouldn't have struck them dead for something they didn't know about. And so we have to, you know, go beyond that and say that Aaron, maybe Yahuwah knows that this would happen and warning Aaron before it happened so that it won't happen if he didn't intervene. So, but anyway, she gets the warning here not to go into the tent of meeting.
Sorry, can I stop you for 1 second? So you're saying that, or are you saying, not you are saying, were you saying that they must have known that they were committing a sin with what they were doing, the boys, the sons of Aaron?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay, because you were saying that Yahuwah wouldn't kill somebody if they didn't.
Yeah, well, yeah, because we already read about what unintentional sins are. He forgives them. See, he just now told Aaron in verse 9 not to drink, go in there.
Yeah.
After the boys died.
Yeah, I mean he killed them because I always thought that maybe they didn't necessarily know.
They didn't know if
they were doing.
I'm saying if they drank and went in. Let's see, a lot of people say that. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people out there that teach that their kids went into that tent drunk, and that's why Yahuwah killed them. But this is what I'm reading here is he didn't even tell them that they weren't allowed to drink before going in there until verse 9, which is after them kids died. Which means if the kids did do that, then it was before they knew that they were not allowed to do that, and this would make it an unintentional sin because they didn't know.
But then in terms of the drinking, but then even with whatever they did that created the strange fire, if they didn't, wouldn't that still mean the same thing? That if they didn't know, then they wouldn't have been killed because it's an unintentional sin.
Well, they must. Well, no, not necessarily.
Okay.
Because they they knew how to do all this stuff, okay? And they had already received the instructions.
Yeah, they were told what to do.
What
So
to do.
they went against that. Okay. Okay, that makes
what they were allowed to do. Or
Yeah.
told to do, I should say.
Okay, thank you.
And there seems to be a little bit of arrogance or self-pride mixed in with this as well, what they did. Everybody following along now? So I mean, he's getting the command in 9 not to drink wine or strong drink when you go into the tent of meeting, unless you will die, and it's a law forever. Is he telling them not to drink at all? He ain't telling them they're not allowed to drink a glass of wine. He's saying don't drink a glass of wine and go into the tent of meeting. And so if it was me and now I drank a glass of wine, and somebody higher up came up and said, hey, I need you to go in there and sweep off around the incense table, I'd say, no way, man. I just drank some wine. I ain't going in there. See what I mean? So now they know not to do that. And then 10 says, so as to make a distinction between the set apart and the profane. So he's telling them why they're not allowed to do that. And between the unclean and the clean, and to teach the children of Israel all the laws which you have spoken to them by the hand of Moses. And so he's letting them know that they're defiling themselves. That's why they're not allowed. Because it's all about everything they were told to do is all about purity, purifying. And so now he's saying if you take a drink of wine or alcohol, you're unclean. You're not purified anymore till that stuff gets out of your system. So if you come into the tent of the meeting unclean, then you're going to die. He's letting them know that's going to make them unclean.
And that seems to also be because, in pagan rituals, they would consume alcohol potentially.
Yeah, I would so. Yeah.
Like to make sure that's very clear and set apart from those types of worshiping.
Yeah. We can assume that the drinking and going inside the temples or whatever is what the nations did, the pagans did, and that's why they weren't allowed to do it. That's a fair assumption. Anything else? Anybody got anything else on that one? Okay. I forgot who was even reading. Who was reading? Phil?
I got it. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 10, verse 12. And Musha spoke to Aaron and Aslar and Ismar, his sons who were left. Take the grain offering that is left over from the offerings made by fire to Yahuwah, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it's most set apart. And you shall eat apart place, because it is yours by law, and your sons by law of the offerings made by fire to Yahuwah, for so I have been commanded. And the breast of the wave offering and the thigh of the contribution you eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they are yours by law, and your sons by law, which are given from the slaughterings of peace offerings of the children of Israel. The thigh of the contribution and the breast of the wave offering they bring with offerings of fat made by fire, to bring as a wave offering before Yahuwah. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by law forever, as Yahuwah has commanded. And Musha diligently looked for a goat of the sin offering, and saw it was burned up. And he was wroth with Aslar and Ismar, the sons of Aaron, who were left, saying, why have you not eaten the sin offering in the set apart place, since it is most kadesh? And Elohim has given it to you to bear the crookedness of the congregation, to make atonement for them before Yahuwah. See, its blood was not brought inside the set apart place. You should have eaten it without fail in the set apart place, as I have commanded. And Aaron said to Musha, see, today they have brought their sin offering and their burnt offering before Yahuwah, and things like these have come to me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been right in the eyes? And when Moshe heard that, it was good in his eyes.
All right. Yeah, so we can see here that, they're still a little bit shaky on what they're supposed to be doing, And so it's all brand new to them. This is their first trial, trying to really get it going now. And it seems to be they're making some mistakes. They're a little bit unsure. And, it's a process. They're learning. And so what the two boys did was unacceptable by Yahuwah, and he showed severe disdain for it, as he struck them dead with fire and consumed them with fire. So that was something that he wasn't going to permit, was doing whatever they wanted to do in order to worship him. And that makes me quite afraid for these Christian groups, because it seems to me like they're doing the same thing now. And it's the only thing that I could say really as far as a positive note about it is that Yahusha has made the ultimate sacrifice, and a lot of these old priesthood ordinances have been abolished because of that, and perhaps they have an easier way out than they did here in the very beginning, here in this physical, because most of what we do now is spiritual. Okay, so there's spiritual and then there's physical. This is all physical. See what I mean? Now we're more spiritual. All right. Everybody with me on that one? Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, what I see with the Christians that come on the channel is that they're falsely accusing and saying that the names, that it's the name game, and it's the, that they need to get with God, and so basically that's making fun of when they hear the right name of Yahuwah, then they're making fun of it. So, but the false accusation, that's a transgression, that when they're doing that and saying that they don't know, they'll say, oh, well, I feel sorry for you, that that you're calling on that when it's God. And so, but the other thing that I wanted to say is throughout scripture, the baby goats are called kids. And a lot of people call their children kids. And that's not a good term, because that's basically calling them a sacrifice by calling them a kid. And even if you look back at how when they sold Yusuf, they offered a goat, a baby kid, a kid goat. So they knew it was a sin of what they had done, by doing that to their brother, even though it was the father that had set it up. Well, they felt like it was a sin because they had done it, a transgression. So, but there's so many people on the path, people, just everyday people that are not on the path that call their children, because even the ones that are not of Yahuwah, he still calls them children. He never calls them a kid. He never calls them anything like that. They're still,
because he created everything.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance?
I won't dive too deep into the religious stuff, but Yahusha says nobody can come to me unless the Father draws them. You know what I mean? So it's always Yahuwah. It's the will and desire of Yahuwah. He calls who he wants. We're just, planting the seed. If you think of the light, it's got to grow that seed. You know what I mean? If you don't got the light, that seed's not going to die and grow and bear any fruit, So it's religion really doesn't have anything that regards to Yahweh. They call on a holy ghost. They call upon God and Lord. This is completely outside of Yahuwah. It's an outsider. They're completely outside of Yahuwah. I mean, if he calls them, he calls them. But that's why his name, they can hear the name, but can they believe it in their heart and call upon it with confidence? This comes from Yahuwah, They have to, they're completely outside of it. So, there's some of them are in Egypt still. They're in Natsarim, they're in that furnace still,
Anybody else? Okay. I don't see anything else here. Who wants to read chapter 11 now? We're going to get into the everybody's favorite subject, the dietary laws. Now, I just want to say one thing. Go ahead, Talitha. What's up? You want to read?
No, I was saying I would read. Yeah.
Before we start, though, I just want to say one thing. Speedy, listen up, because you're going to hear proof that you're not allowed to eat pork chops and mice tails. You listen up, Speedy. Okay, go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, chapter 11. And Yahuwah spoke to Musa and to Aaron, saying to them, Speak to the children of Yisrael, saying, These are the living creatures which you do eat among all the beasts that are on the eretz. Whatever has a split hoof completely divided, chewing the cud among the beasts that you do eat. Only these you do not eat among those that chew the cud, or those that have a split hoof. The camel, because it chews the cud, but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. And the rabbit, because it chews the cud, but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. And the hare, because it chews the cud, but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. And the pig, though it has a split hoof completely divided, yet does not chew the cud, it is unclean to you. Their flesh you do not eat, and their carcasses you do not touch. They are unclean to you. These you do eat of all that are in the Mayim, anyone that has fins and scales in the Mayim, in the Yamim, or in the rivers, that you do eat. But all that have not fins and scales in the Yamim, and in the rivers, all that move in the Mayim, or any living creature which is in the Mayim, they are an abomination to you. They are an abomination to you. Of their flesh you do not eat, and their carcasses you abominate. All that have not fins or scales in the Mayim is an abomination to you. And these you do abominate among the birds. They are not clean. They are an abomination. The eagle and the vulture, and the black vulture, and the hawk, and the falcon after its kind, every raven after its kind, and the ostrich, and the nighthawk, and the seagull, and the hawk after its kind, and the little owl, the fisher owl, and the great owl, and the white owl, and the pelican, and the carrion vulture, and the stork, the heron after its kind, and the hoopoe, and the bat. All flying insects that creep on all fours is an abomination to you. Only these you do eat of every flying insect that creeps on all fours, those which have jointed legs above their feet, with which to leap on the arets. These of them you do eat. The locust after its kind, and the destroying locust after its kind, and the cricket after its kind, and the grasshopper after its kind. But all other flying insects which have 4 feet is an abomination to you. And by these you are made unclean. Anyone touching the carcass of any of them is unclean until evening. And anyone picking up part of the carcass of any of them has to wash his garments, and shall be unclean until evening. Every beast that has a split hoof, not completely divided, or does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Anyone who touches their carcass is unclean. And whatever goes on its paws, among all the creatures that go on all fours, those are unclean to you. Anyone who touches their carcass is unclean until evening. And he who picks up their carcass has to wash his garments, and shall be unclean until evening. They are unclean to you, and these are unclean to you among the creeping creatures that creep on the arets, the mole and the mouse, and the tortoise after its kind, and the gecko, and the land crocodile, and the sand reptile, and the sand lizard, and the chameleon. These are unclean to you among all that creep. Anyone who touches them when they are dead becomes unclean until evening. And whatever any of them in its dead state falls upon becomes unclean, whether it is any wooden object, or garment, or skin, or sack, any object in which work is done, it is put in water, and it shall be unclean until evening. Then it shall be clean. Any earthen vessel into which any of them falls, whatever is in it becomes unclean, and you break it. Any of the food which might be eaten, on which water comes, becomes unclean, and any drink which might be drunk from it becomes unclean. And on whatever their carcass falls becomes unclean. An oven or cooking range, it is broken down. They are unclean and are unclean to you. But a fountain or a well, a collection of water, is clean, but whatever touches their carcass is unclean. And when any of their carcass falls on any planting seed which is to be sown, it is clean. But when any water is put on the seed, and any part of any such carcass falls on it, it is unclean to you. And when any of the beasts which are yours for food dies, he who touches its carcass becomes unclean until evening. And he who eats of its carcass has to wash his garments, and shall be unclean until evening. And he who picks up its carcass has to wash his garments, and shall be unclean until evening. And every creeping creature that creeps on the arets is an abomination. It is not eaten. Whatever crawls on its stomach, and whatever goes on all fours, and whatever has many feet among all creeping creatures that creep on the arets, these you do not eat, for they are an abomination. Do not make yourselves abominable with any creeping creature that creeps. and do not make yourselves unclean with them, lest you be defiled for them. For I am Yahuwah your Elohim, and you shall set yourselves apart. And you shall be set apart, for I am set apart. And do not defile yourselves with any creeping creature that creeps on the arets. For I am Yahuwah, who is bringing you up out of the land of Natsarim to be your Elohim. And you shall be set apart, for I am set apart. This is the Torah of beasts and the birds and every living creature that moves in the mayim, and of every creature that creeps on the arets, to make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, and between the living creatures that is eaten and the living creature that is not eaten.
Okay, thank you. All right. Did he miss any? Is there any of them in there that you think he missed? Some people say he missed some. Go ahead, Roz.
My question is that some people say ducks are clean and some people say they're not clean.
Yeah.
So the only difference between a duck and a dove is that they have webbed feet. Is that like the cloven hoof comparison? Because a swan has got the webbed feet, and so ducks are like that, but yet they have a crop or a gullet like the other birds, the dove and the those birds, but their feet are they don't have the web in between them.
Well, that's probably the one that most people bring up as duck, whether or not you can eat it or not. And it doesn't say, but if we go over to Deuteronomy 14, Deuteronomy 14, 3 through 20 gives us a pretty clear outline of most of them. It's mostly repeative. But if you look at 14:3, 4, 5, and 6, these are things you do eat. Okay? And if you look at 14:7, 8, these are things that you do not eat. And then when you look at verse 14:9, these are things that you do eat. And verse 10 are things that you do not eat. And then it brings us down to verse 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. These are things you do not eat. Okay? And so forth and so on down through this whole chapter. So the birds start in 11. So you tell me if you hear duck. These are things you do not eat. Any clean bird you do eat. So it says any clean bird you do eat. Okay? So whatever they are the ones that are not on this list. Starting at 12, it says, but these you do not eat. The eagle, the vulture, black vulture, red kite, falcon, buzzard, raven, ostrich, nighthawk, seagull, hawk after their kind, the little owl, great owl, the white owl, pelican, the carrion vulture, the fisher owl, stork, heron, hoopie, bat. I didn't hear duck.
I know that is kind of.
It's not fair to say, well, a duck is a cousin of a seagull. They're both waterfowl. That's not fair. That's actually giving strange fire. We're at.
And they are like a gull is they're a predator, and and a vulture is a predator and they eat carrion, and a falcon is a predator just like an eagle is. So I've gone back and forth. I don't eat duck.
It doesn't
So,
say. So I would
huh?
say, in my opinion, you're allowed to eat duck because it doesn't say you're not. The only thing it says a clean bird you do eat. Then it gives us a list of what you do not eat, and duck is not on there. Sorry. I say you can eat it. Unless y'all can show me where it says do not eat duck. I don't see it in Leviticus anywhere, and I do not see it in Deuteronomy either. Let me see what the Hebrews say.
You don't see goose in there either, and goose and duck are so close.
Fairly close.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see. Let me find out. See what the Israelites do. Okay, so the Israelites have traditionally considered kosher chickens, turkeys, ducks, geese, and pigeons. Among the explicitly forbidden birds are vultures, ostriches, hawks, and seagulls. So the Israelites say that you can eat duck and geese.
Okay, so along that line, in some books, it says ostrich as well. That
They're
you're
saying ostrich is forbidden.
yeah. So let me look and see if ostrich have
Scripture even
bullets.
says that. Scripture mentions ostrich is forbidden. We just
Yeah.
read that. Do a
Yeah.
good one there. So ostrich is forbidden for sure. So yeah, to me, ducks, geese, turkeys, and chickens you're allowed to eat. Go ahead, Chance.
You know, on a higher note on this, I often was going in thinking about these foods, and it's, you know, like if you think about it, this is the understanding I was given. If you think about cleaning your house, right? You have different utensils for different jobs, a vacuum, a broom. You know, Yahuwah also, when he created this creation, he created these creatures for different purposes, right? You know, so when we go ahead and disobey these commands of clean and unclean, you know, a pig, you know, it cleans up the land, you know, and it takes in these disgusting things of the land, and it puts it into its body, and it harbors and it internalizes all that disgusting stuff that it's eaten. And then you go ahead and you indulge into that stuff. You're partaking in the worms and the pesticides and the parasites and all this stuff. I mean, it's awfully disgusting if you think about it. These pigs fight over their young's fecal matter. They'll fight each other to eat to try to fight for the kids' fecal. They're just awful. It is really, really awful. It's who is protecting us with this command. You know, he's not telling us, he's protecting us. Look, I am your creator. I created these creatures for a reason. If you eat them, you are going to become that. You're going to have these worms and parasites coming into you. And that's why these viruses that are around here, some of the sicknesses from animal to human because people are consuming this stuff. So they're eating this animal and getting sick, and then this person gets sick and transfers that sickness to another. So it's like animal to human infections. You know, it's
Pigs don't
so
sweat. They
yeah,
always hold their toxins. If they eat something toxic, it's there their whole life because they don't sweat it out.
yeah. And then they put it into their body, and then you get it.
You
Oh
get
man,
it.
I don't even want to get into some of these graphic pictures, but you see, you know,
Yeah. But the
that
thing
is
is that you can get parasites also from cows, from anything that walks, really. You can get a parasite from clean and unclean. So there is something else with it. I think it's that when they're a cleaner of the earth, that's the difference with it. If they are said to be a cleaner, because food is always clean, it never was unclean. But things that are cleaners of the earth have always been unclean, because they are a cleaner of the earth. Like a lion is an unclean animal because it's a cleaner. It'll eat carrion. It'll catch their own prey items, the weaker animals in a flock, and they will eat them. So there's something more, because when I looked up ostrich, and that's what I'm trying to say, is there's something deeper with it, is why he says not to eat some things versus other things. Because an ostrich actually has a gullet or a crop. They both, but there's something else. They're not a predator. They don't eat carrion. They don't kill animals. But something that they do is that they'll step on their own eggs. They'll leave the eggs in a thing, and then they'll leave them unattended. And that's what an ostrich is. Whereas a chicken, you see a chicken or a turkey, and the babies are right there by the mother. So I think there's something more to it, deeper than what, it's not just about the eating part, it's the spiritual part of it, and that's why I brought it up. And that's why I asked about the ducks with it, because they have a crop, but there's something with them that's different. Besides the feet. That's what I feel with it. And I just don't know yet what it is.
I know one thing. They go quack, quack, quack. All right, any other comments, thoughts, or questions? Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, so I always found it interesting because a camel is it says these are among those that you do not eat. But somewhere in Genesis, which I can find exactly where, it talks about like the 30 milking camels that they walked with. Let me find out. Milk camels. So if they're milk camels, what are they bringing? Why do they have the milk camels? Or does that mean you're allowed to drink the milk, but you can't eat them? So anyway, I always had a confusion.
That was the camels that Yaqub sent to Esau, his brother, milk camels. I remember that.
Yeah, but yeah, it says in Genesis 32:15, 30 milk camels with their colts.
That's why.
Or do they just call them milking because they have the colt? Like, I don't know.
That's how I've always taken it.
Okay. Because I always found that was interesting. Because I remember when I first read that, I'm like, oh, interesting. So you drink camel milk. But then when you read the Leviticus, it says, like, no, that camel's unclean. So that was one thing. Another thing that I find interesting is about the flying insects. Because it's like the summertime, like when we used to live in Tulum, it's like there's mosquitoes everywhere. So basically we were just unclean like all summer long because there's like dead mosquitoes like all around. So I don't know how they keep them out of like, the tent of meeting and stuff like that, but man.
Then you smack them and you get bloody too, and it's just like, man, that's awful.
And it's bad because sometimes it's someone else's blood. You don't ever know.
Yeah. You said Yehukanan was eating honey and locusts. Man, I can't imagine picking one of those things up and putting it in my mouth. I was really taken aback by that, man. Could you imagine picking up that large thing off the tree and just, this is tasty. In
Mexico, they sell crickets, like,
man,
delicacy. They kind of like dehydrate them, and then they cover them in spice.
And
And
chocolate.
when you buy them, no, they have fresh lime, and they'll squeeze the lime.
Oh
and
man,
hot sauce.
you gotta be real hungry on a level that I just can't reach right now to just, oh, look at this guy, even if you wrap that thing in chocolate, it's just not.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Oh man, you got me there. That's Mark, when he keeps talking about these mice tails, I just get shivered down my spine. I cannot imagine that. A mice tail? Are you kidding me? That is so vicious, man. He gets me every time with that. I about fall out my chair. Time out. That's a rough one right there. Them mice tails. Oh man, that is something else. My goodness. This food stuff is really tough,
I mean, and the French, they do the frog legs too.
Yeah, they eat horse too, French.
Oh, man, that is just rough, man. I just can't get it there. I can't get there. I just can't.
They ate horse a lot in the Civil War too. And people were starving to death, man. That was brutal. That Civil War. That more brutal than you know.
Dog eating? Oh man, dude.
Dogs, cats, horses.
Man.
Even crows, I mean, they eat a lot of crows during World War II.
We got a lot of crows out here in this winter time, especially. It's like 2 below. It's like 15 below here in Minnesota right now. It's so viciously cold, but a lot of these dead creatures land on these streets, roadkill or whatever. And these crows, I always think about Yahuwah and how great he is and how amazing his creation is and how these animals are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. It's like they're in sync and it's cleaning up the land. They're down there pecking that frozen roadkill and they're taking it. It's just, Yahuwah is so amazing. I just cannot. He blows me away repeatedly. And it's just like looking at these blackbirds. As nasty as this is, you can see the elegance and beauty in the creation that Yahuwah has made and how these animals are all in sync with what they are supposed to be doing, obeying the commands of Yahuwah and doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I don't know, hallelujah, Barak Yahuwah for that. But that's why I'm not going to just be I'm listening. I believe Yahuwah. I'm not eating these dang creatures. You got me messed up. I don't even want to see the car. I don't want my eyes to see the carcass, like that. So yuck. Yahuwah, when he's telling you don't eat these things, it's more than just him telling you not to do it. He created it and he knows what's in it and what's going on with it. You believe him, Especially Speedy and them rat tails. I don't know if you can come out of that, man. It's pretty serious there, Mark. I don't know. Mark, the fact that your mind conjured up a rat tail, man, that is something else, man. You went to the very bottom of the bucket to reach for that one. I tell you what, man.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I used to think of this one, and what it reminds me is when you take out your garbage and you pick up, and at the bottom of the corner is the juice in there, that garbage juice. That's kind of what rat tail makes me think of, garbage juice.
Daggone it. Okay. There's several verses in the Natsarim writings, what they call the New Testament, that they like to go to try to prove that these dietary laws in Leviticus 11 are done away with, and we don't have to do those anymore. And so, let me see. Some of those are. One of them is in Acts 10. That's where Peter has that dream. of the 3 sheets. And they go there, and somewhere in Mark, I can't remember, Mark 7, I think. And then in Timothy, there's one. So let's see if we can find these and talk about them so that we can see that they're not correct on their interpretation here of this.
I gotta go here pretty quick, brothers and sisters. Shabbat shalom. I love you all. Thank you for letting me be here, Mark, and putting on this great assembly. Appreciate your labors, and all esteem to our beloved Father, Yahuwah, in Yahusha. Love you all.
Hang on a minute, Chance. Hold on, man.
Yeah.
Speedy wants me to tell you
No,
something.
no. I got no. I'm about to go eat here soon. I don't need that squiggly little thing. You calm down, Speedy. Repent.
Tastes better. He's a
Speedy,
diplomat.
repent. It's called Kashuba, repentance, Speedy.
All right, man.
All right, love you, brother.
Love you too. All right, so Acts 10:15. Who wants to read that one? This is about Peter's dream here. Who wants to read that one? This is what they go here. This one, they try to prove that the dietary laws are abolished, and these are the passages they use. Go ahead, Sandra. You probably need to back it up though, so we can understand it better. 10. Start at 10:10. Acts 10:10.
Okay. And he became hungry and wished to eat. But while they were preparing, he fell into a trance. And he saw the heaven opened, and a certain vessel like a great sheet, bound at the corners, descending to him, and let down to the earth, in which were all kinds of 4-footed beasts of the earth, and wild beasts, and creeping creatures, and birds of the heaven. And a voice came to him, "Rise up, Caper, slay and eat." But Caper said, "Not at all, master, because I have never eaten whatever is common or unclean." And a voice came to him again the second time, when Elohim has cleansed what Elohim has cleansed, you do not consider common. And this took place 3 times, and the vessel was taken back to the heaven. And while Caper was doubting within himself about what the vision might mean, look, the men who had been sent from Cornelius, having asked for the house of Shimon, stood at the gate and calling out. They inquired whether Shimon, also known as Caper, was staying there. And as Caper was thinking about the vision, the Ruach said to him, "See, 3 men seek you." Want me to stop there?
No.
"But rise up and go down and go with them, not doubting at all, for I have sent them." So Caper went down to the men who had been sent to him from Cornelius and said, "Look, I am the one you seek. Why have you come?" And they said, "Cornelius the captain, a just man, and one who fears Elohim, and well spoken of by the entire nation of the Yahudim, was instructed by a set-apart messenger to send for you to his house and to hear words from you." So inviting them in, he housed them. And on the next Yom, Caper went away with them, and some brothers from Yafu went with him. And the following Yom, they entered into Kaiser area, and Cornelius was waiting for them, having called together his relatives and close friends. And it came to be that when Caper entered, Cornelius met him and fell down at his feet and bowed before him. But Caper raised him up, saying, "Stand up, I myself am also a man. And talking with him, he went in and found many who had come together, and he said to them, You know that a Yehudi man is not allowed to associate with or to go to one of another race. But Elohim has shown me that I should not call any man common or clean. That is why I came, and without hesitation, when I was sent for. So I asked, Why have you sent for me? Cornelius said, 4 yomim ago, I was fasting until this hour, and at the ninth hour, I prayed in my house, and see, a man stood before me in shining garments, and said, Cornelius, your prayer has been heard, and your kind deeds were remembered before Elohim. Now send to Yafu and call Shimon here, who is called Kefa. He is staying in the house of Shimon, a leather tanner, by the sea. When he comes, he shall speak to you.
Okay, stop now.
Okay.
All right. So if this is where, because it mentions 4-footed beasts, wild beasts, creeping creatures, birds of heaven, in Peter's dream here in these sheets, that they claim that you're allowed to eat anything you want now. Okay. And then, of course, they stop reading. I was saying they wanted to stop reading. Well, they're brainwashed to stop reading. And if you do, then you're going to miss verse 28. And at verse 28, Peter tells us what the dream was all about. It wasn't about food. It was about men, not food. So Peter says, and he said to them, you know that a Yehuda man is not allowed to associate with or go to another race. But Elohim has shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean. That's what the dream was about. It was just a metaphor of men. It was about men. And so all men are clean. Why? Because of the purification of the blood of the Lamb. That's why. It just didn't clean the Israelites. It cleaned every human of sin. And so every man was now clean. Okay. And so the old law that Peter was talking about here when he said, you know that a Yehuda man is not allowed to associate with or go into another house of another race. They were supposed to stay away from the Gentile races. They weren't supposed to marry them. They weren't supposed to go eat at their house or associate with them or anything. Okay, they were supposed to be set apart from them. Well, here Yahuwah was showing Peter that old law was no longer applied because of the blood of the Lamb. Every man was now clean. See what I'm saying? So that's what that dream was about. It was about men, not food. But Christianity goes here and they'll say this is proof that you're allowed to eat anything you want. No, it's not. It's proof that all men can be forgiven and delivered by the blood of the Lamb. That's what that's about. Not about food. There's nothing to do with dietary laws. Okay. But if you stop reading, I can see why they would think that if they stop reading. But if you keep reading, it's pretty obvious that's not what that's about. So then we go, let me see, 1 Timothy, probably one of the big ones because of the way it's worded. Go to 1 Timothy. And it's 4:3. It says, forbidden to marry, saying to abstain from foods which Yahuwah created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. Okay, so they point to that. And so if we back it up, it says, but the Ruach distinctly says that in the latter time, some shall fall away from the belief, paying attention to misleading winds and teaching of demons, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having been branded on their own conscience, forbidding to marry, saying to abstain from foods which Yahuwah created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. Because every creature of Yahuwah is good, and none is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving, for it is set apart by the word of Yahuwah and prayer. So here they say, Christians will say that the food is ordained by Yahuwah, and we're allowed to eat anything we want. Anybody see how you can prove that that is not what that is saying? Because it does sound like that's what it's saying. So how do you combat this one, Sandra? Or clarify this one, I should say.
It's because they stop there and they don't understand verse, is that verse 5? For it is set apart by the word of Yahuwah and prayer. So you have to go to the Leviticus to see which ones were set apart as clean and unclean. So that's not what that means. That everything he created is good because it was created by him. It gave forth life, but he set apart which animals were clean and unclean for us to eat with.
Yeah. Well, there's
that.
Yeah. So because every creature of Yahuwah is good, and none is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving. For it is set apart by the word of Yahuwah in prayer.
But that don't mean you just say a little grace over it and you eat it. If it's unclean, he set apart the animals, the unclean from the unclean. When he put Noah on the ark, he had 7 of the clean and 2 of the unclean. And then in Leviticus 20:11, also in, I think, Deuteronomy 16, he tells you which animals were unclean to us. That one Deuteronomy 14, you just took us to. You have to take them there and say, these are the ones that were set apart by his word.
All right, go ahead, Ross.
Something that just came to me was, how there's the vast majority of, if you look at the animals on the earth and the birds and everything, all of the kingdom of the things other than human, you've got a lot more unclean than you do clean. Same thing goes with, you've got the narrow path with us and the broad path. So that's another way to describe it, because there's more unclean than there are clean. And that the only time that they had more clean than unclean was on the ark. But then even with that, there's only a certain amount of species that were clean that were on there. They had 7 of each, 7 male, 7 female, but there wasn't a vast number of how many animals that were actually clean on, in comparison to the unclean items, unclean animals that were on the ark. In some, I looked it up the other day because I wondered about a giraffe, if they were clean or unclean. And actually, when you look it up on the internet, they say that they are clean because they have split toes, really, just like they don't have a hoof, but they're saying that they're clean. But yet in the description, they're an unclean item.
Yeah.
So
anybody else? How would you, if somebody said we're allowed to eat anything we want because it says so in 1 Timothy chapter 4, 1-7, what would you do? Or what would you say to them? Be quiet, Speedy. You're not allowed to eat mice tails. Knock it off. Speedy said he didn't mention mouse tails in there. It's not being full. Be quiet, Speedy. The mouse tails are attached to the mouse, so they're forbidden. That's Speedy getting on my nerves, man. What's going on, y'all? Anybody want to take a shot? Okay, so pretty much it's like kind of on the lines of what Sandra was saying, that you would take them first of all to Leviticus 11 or in the Deuteronomy there, and show them the list of clean food, what's clean and what's unclean, and you would so then you would tell them, look, you're still not allowed to eat what is unclean, because the food was ordained by Yahuwah. It was given to us by Yahuwah. And he told us what food was, and he told us what food was not. Okay. And so where this says that because every creature of Yahuwah is good, and none is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving, for it is set apart by the word of Yahuwah in prayer. But to me, isn't saying that everything's good to eat. It's just saying that he's saying that his creatures were good. He made them; they were a good creation, and therefore we should respect them. People go out and they just start killing everything that moves. It's something you shouldn't really do. You should respect life because it was Yahuwah who said it was good. I don't see where it's talking about eating them. So, saying to abstain from foods which Yahuwah created to be received with thanksgiving would be ordained food. And so you'd have to go to Leviticus and Deuteronomy to get the list of food that was ordained by Yahuwah to eat before you could understand that statement. And so I think the other part just means don't just go killing for the purpose of killing because you don't like something, because it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Yahuwah, who said it was good. So you can't say, oh, that thing's evil. They're evil. That's why I kill them. You can't say that. See what I'm saying? So I think it's two-part here. I don't think this is a continuously talking about food, eating everything and anything you see, as they proclaim it is. So to me, it's just a misinterpretation of what's being said here. Anybody else got any thoughts about that? Are you going to buy into it? I mean, if somebody says that to you, they come up and say, we can eat anything we want because 1 Timothy chapter 4 says so. Are you going to say, okay, or maybe you're right, or are you going to be able to, what are you going to do? Because this is where they go. These are the three hot spots. It's Acts 10 and this 1 Timothy 4 and Mark 7. Those are the hot spots for that. That's where they go. Ross, go ahead.
Well, when you tell them about it, that there's unclean and clean, they all want to say, well, what did he unalive for? What did JC unalive for? It's like, it wasn't JC, it was Yahusha.
And he died. He could eat pork chops and mice tails.
Yeah. No, I tell him no, but then, I should be able to do whatever I want. I had that one tell me, that same person tell me that, or and so they're totally.
They sound like Nadiv and Abihu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one that they go. I mean, they truly believe it. There's no dietary laws anymore. Saying to abstain from foods which Yahuwah created to be received with thanksgiving would be, to me, that's describing people that are vegetarians. These veggies, they tell you not to eat meat. You say, wait a minute, Yahuwah said we can eat meat. And they're saying abstain from foods which Yahuwah created to be received with thanksgiving. He said you're allowed to eat certain meat. So don't let them tell you can't. And then on the other hand, Don't let them tell you that you're allowed to eat everything, because you're not. You can only eat what food has been ordained by Yahuwah, or in other words, what Yahuwah has said is food for human consumption. It's given us to eat. Can't just eat everything. So the only way that you can find out what food has been ordained by Yahuwah for human consumption is to go in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. See what I'm saying? There's different aspects in that chapter. It's not talking about dietary laws 100%. And so then go to Mark. We'll look at the last one here. It's not, there's a few more, but these are the three hot ones, the hot spots they go to. So here in Mark 7, it's the parable. Probably, I think it starts in 16. No, it starts in, yeah, man, it actually probably starts up in, probably 15. Who wants to read it? Mark 7:15. It probably goes down. 23. 15 through 23, June, go ahead.
There is no object that enters a man from outside which is able to defile him, but it is what comes out of him that defiles the man. If anyone has ears to hear, let him hear. And when he went from the throne into a house, his Talmidim asked him concerning the parable. And he said to them, are you also without understanding? Do you not perceive that whatever enters a man from outside is unable to defile him? Because it does not enter his heart, but his belly, and is eliminated, thus purging all the foods. And he said, what comes out of a man, that defiles a man. For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil reasonings, adulteries, whorings, murders, thefts, greedy desires, wickednesses, deceit, indecency, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these wicked things come from within and defile a man.
Okay. So you can see, because of the mention of the belly, they use this to try to prove that the dietary laws are abolished. Okay, so they're not. Okay, so this is not about dietary laws whatsoever. So what's the subject here in context? What is the subject? I left it out just to see if y'all was paying attention. Go ahead, Jim.
Tradition, them washing their hands.
Yeah. Check your mics. Got echo. I think your mic's on echoing, Ross. You're right. And so if you look up, back up to verse 2, 1 and 2, it says, and the Proshim and some of the scribes assembled to him, having come from Jerusalem, which was about 90 miles away, by the way, and seeing some of his Talmudim eat bread with defiled, that is, with unwashed hands, they found fault. And so holding fast the tradition of the elders by washing your hands before you eat. This is what this whole conversation was about. It wasn't about dietary laws. Okay. And so unwashed hands is the subject in context. And then when we go back over to 15 and over here, and Yahusha says that you're without understanding. Do you not perceive that whatever enters a man from the outside is unable to defile him, because it does not enter his heart, but his belly is eliminated, thus purging all the foods. And right there, sort of they point to and say, see, you're allowed to eat all the foods. So they're taking like a half a sentence totally out of context and coming up with the conclusion that the dietary laws are totally abolished out of that entire chapter. And you see what I'm saying? That's not allowed. It's called cherry picking. It's called compilation. It's called deceit. It's called falsehood, and all kinds of things. So, no, this is not about dietary laws. It's speaking about tradition of washing with hands. That's the subject here. And Yahuwah is letting them know that just because you wash your hands, it's not going to get you thrown into the lake of fire. What's going to get you thrown in the lake of fire is what's in your heart, sin, serving sin. That's what's going to get you thrown in the lake of fire, not eating with dirty hands. That's what this is about. Thoughts, comments, questions? Any other way that you would handle this if somebody took you to Mark 7 and told you that this proves that dietary laws have been abolished? What would you say? It's another hot spot. So those are the three hot spots that you'll be confronted with one of these days, I'm sure, if you haven't already. Going back to Leviticus then. Who wants to read 12? This one's about clean and unclean practices, mostly with childbirth. Who wants to read that one? Go ahead, Oz. You want to read that one about childbirth? Go for it, man.
Chapter 12. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, When an Asher has conceived and has given birth to a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 yomim, as in the yomim of her monthly separation. She is unclean. And on the 8th yom, the flesh of his foreskin is circumcised. And she remains in the blood of her cleansing 33 yomim. She does not touch whatever is set apart, and she does not come into the set apart place until the yomim of her cleansing are completed. But if she gives birth to a female child, then she shall be unclean for 2 weeks, as in her monthly separation, and she remains in the blood of her cleansing for 66 days. And when the yomim of her cleansing are completed for a son or for a daughter, she brings to the priest a lamb, a year old, as a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove as a sin offering to the door of the tent of meeting. And he shall bring it before Yahuwah and make atonement for her. And she shall be cleansed from the flow of her blood. This is the Torah for her who has given birth to a male or a female. And if she is not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one as a burnt offering, and the other one as a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Okay. All right. So, pretty straightforward here. I mean, so you have the cleansing period for the woman. I mean, you have the circumcision of the male baby from the 8th day, which is spiritual, symbolic of the eternal reign. And we won't have a fleshly body; we'll have a spiritual body. And the thing here, and then the period of time for cleansing for a female child. So the biggest thing here is why is a male 7 days, and then she remains unclean for 33 days, and then for a girl baby, it's 14 days, and then her cleansing remains for another 66 days. So double in both circumstances for a girl baby. Why? 7 for a male, 14 for a girl. 33 days for a male, 66 days for a girl. So it's double for a girl baby. Why? Are girl babies more evil than boy babies, and so they require more time of purging? A lot of people teach, man. What y'all think? What y'all thinking about it? Go to Luke 2. So look Luke 2 real quick. 27. Luke 2:27 says, and he came in the Ruach into the Kadesh place, and as the parents brought in the child Yahusha to do for him according to the usual practice of the Torah, then he took him up in his arms and blessed Elohim and said, okay, so this is them bringing the baby on the 8th day to the temple. This is according to the Torah, for every male child to be ransomed and to be circumcised on that 8th day. And so that's what they're doing with baby Yahusha. So this would have been, since he was born on the first day of Tabernacle, this would have been the 8th day of Tabernacle. They took him to the temple in compliance to the Torah, obedience to the Torah, Yahusha. So this was the usual practice of the Torah. So why? Twice as long for the girl baby as for a boy baby. Why is a woman clean after 7 days for a boy, but it takes 14 days for a girl? And a remaining 33 days for a boy, and then a remaining 66 days, double time, for a girl. Why? It don't sound right, does it? Don't seem to be any difference between a woman having a boy and a girl baby. So why the double time? Sandra?
Is it because after childbirth of a girl, your cleansing cycle doesn't end until 66 days, and the cleansing cycle that a woman has after a son only lasts 33 days?
Well, yeah, but why? I mean, it don't make no sense.
That's what he made us.
It would be the same, wouldn't it? Whether you have a boy or whether, I mean, y'all, how about you, Jen? You've had about 100 kids. Were it different for you if it was a boy or a girl?
No, same
Same.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. So it makes no sense. So why? What could be the reason for this? Roz?
It goes back to Genesis, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
For how we would have I forget how the words are saying it, but we would have tribulation, I think, something like that, in our monthly cycles and in our childbearing. We would have tribulation.
Or you mean the curse he put on Eve?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it distinguishes between a male and a boy and a girl. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Could it be because a girl baby is going to have her own menstrual periods?
That's what some people think. Some people say that's the reason. I don't know enough to go along with that, but I have heard that before. Anybody else?
Or more estrogen, maybe.
because of being a woman carrying a girl. But they didn't know that back then, but the father knew it. I don't know.
Yeah, there's really no explanation in Scripture about this. Really, there are a lot of speculation and theories surrounding it, but there's really no solid explanation for it. But the most likely explanation is probably for the different lengths of time. It's probably has something to do with a spiritual or possibly to remind Israel of Eve's that Eve was deceived and Adam was not. And so therefore a woman has to wait twice as long to be cleansed because she was deceived by the devil and Adam was not. Kind of like a reminder to Israel of Eve's sin, but there's really no solid explanation for it. It's really all over the place. Go ahead, Sandra.
Okay. The scripture says she is to remain in her blood, cleansing 33 yomim. Her blood, that means she's bleeding after childbirth. She does not touch whatever is set apart, and she does not come into the set apart place until the yomim of her cleansing is completed. And then on the second part of that, it said, if she gives birth to a female child, then she shall be unclean for 2 weeks. As in her monthly separation, she remains in to her cleansing for 66 yomim. So she's been designed she's bleeding, and she's to remain unclean until those 66 days. Now, I've never had a boy. I only had a daughter. And so therefore, I don't know, for those of you that had a son, whether or not your bleeding cycle after birth was longer than after your daughter's. That's something I would have to ask the experienced mothers about. That's what I'm getting from this now. I'm not the smartest cookie out here, but that's how it sounds.
Well, the answer to that is no. Because I've asked a lot of women, they all say no.
Okay.
So, I've never heard one say yes yet. So there's really no explanation. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of interpretation, but nobody really knows. More than likely, it probably has something to do with because Eve was deceived and Adam was not, and this is just a reminder to Israel of Eve's sin. That's the only logical thing. The rest of it's just speculation. Like, it takes, it's given the mother twice as long so that she can bond with her daughter, or because the daughter will be taken away, after she marries. Then there's the one that says that they do the cleansing for the shorter cleansing for the boy because they hope that the boy will be the Messiah. And then there's the one that says they do it because it takes longer to clean a woman. And so since there's 2 women involved, the baby girl and the mother, then it's twice as long, each 33, days for each woman. All kinds of different things people say, man, but there's really no proof of any of that. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, what came to mind was when you have people with these litters these days of more than 2 or 3 children, you know, anything above that would be a litter in their womb at the same time, like Octomom having the 8. And, you know, she had girls and she had boys. So then it should have even gone longer than that.
It doesn't say about twins or triplets. That's a good point, though. But yeah, if that one theory was true, then you think it would be 33 for every girl. If she had 3 girls, she'd be in trouble. She'd be there for a long time, man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that about destroys that theory. I don't know. Anyway, that's what it is. That's what Yahuwah said. So that's what they had to do. All right. Who wants to read chapter 13, the law of the leprosy? Hey, Joe.
13:1. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying, when a man has on the skin of his body a swelling, a scab, or a bright spot, and it shall become on the skin of his body like a leprous infection, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of his sons, the priest. And the priest shall look at the infection on the skin of the body, and if the hair on the infection has turned white, and the infection appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is a leprous infection. And the priest shall look at him and pronounce him unclean. But if the bright spot is white on the skin of his body and does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and its hair has not turned white, then the priest shall shut up the infected one 7 yamen, and the priest shall look at him on the 7th yom and see if the infection appears to be as it was, and the infection has not spread on the skin. Then the priest shall shut him up another 7 days, and the priest shall look at him again on the 7th yom and see if the infection has darkened and the infection has not spread on the skin. Then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is a scab, and he shall wash his garments and be clean. But if the scab spreads further over the skin, after he has been seen by the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen by the priest again. And the priest shall look and see if the scab is spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy. When the infection of leprosy is on a man, then he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall look and see if the swelling on the skin is white, and it has turned the hair white, and there is a spot of raw flesh in the swelling, it is an old leprosy on the skin of his body, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. He does not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if leprosy breaks out all over the skin, and the leprosy shall cover all the skin of the infected one, from his head to his foot, wherever the priest looks, then the priest shall look and see if the leprosy has covered all his body. He shall pronounce the infected one clean. It has all turned white. He is clean. But the yom raw flesh appears on him, he is unclean. And the priest shall look at the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean. The raw flesh is unclean. It is leprosy. Or when the raw flesh changes and turns white again, he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall look at him and see. If the infection has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce the infected one clean. He is clean. And when the body has a boil in the skin, and it is healed, and in the place of the boil there comes a white swelling or a bright spot, reddish white, then it shall be seen by the priest. And the priest shall look and see. If it appears deeper than the skin, and its hair has turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous infection which has broken out of the boil. But if the priest looks at it and sees no white hairs in it, and and it is not deeper than the skin, but has faded, then the priest shall shut him up 7 yamen. And if it has spread further over the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous infection. But if the bright spot stays in its place, it has not spread, it is the scar of the boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or when the body receives a burn on its skin by fire, and the raw flesh of the burn shall become a bright spot, reddish white or white, then the priest shall look at it and see if the hair of the bright spot has turned white, and it appears deeper than the skin. It is leprosy broken out in the burn, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous infection. But if the priest looks at it and sees there is no white hairs in the bright spot, and it is not deeper than the skin, but has faded, then the priest shall shut him up 7 yamen, and the priest shall look at him on the 7th yom. If it spreads further over the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous infection. But if the bright spot stays in its place and has not spread on the skin, but has faded, it is a swelling from the burn, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is the scar from the burn. And when a man or an asha has an infection on the head or in the beard, then the priest shall look at the infection and see if it appears deeper than the skin, and there is thin yellow hair, and there is thin yellow hair in it, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an eruption, a leprosy of the head or beard. But when the priest looks at the infection of the eruption and sees that it does not appear deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up the one with the infection of the eruption 7 yamen. And on the 7th yom, the priest shall look at the infection and see if the eruption has not spread, and there is no yellow hair in it, and the eruption does not appear deeper than the skin, then he shall shave himself, but the eruption he does not shave. And the priest shall shut up the one with the eruption another 7 yamen. And on the 7th yamen, the priest shall look at the eruption and see if the eruption has not spread over the skin and does not appear deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. And he shall wash his garments, and he shall be clean. But if the eruption spreads further over the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look at him and see. If the eruption has spread over the skin, the priest need not seek for yellow hair. He is unclean. But if the eruption appears to have stayed and there is black hair grown up in it, the eruption has healed. He is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. And when a man or an asha has bright spots on the skin of the body, white bright spots, then the priest shall look and see. If the bright spots on the skin of the body are dull white, it is a white spot that grows on the skin. He is clean. And when a man loses the hair of his head, he is bald. He is clean. And if the hair has fallen from his forehead, he is bald on the forehead. He is clean. And when there is on the bald head or bald forehead a reddish white infection, it is leprosy breaking out of his bald head or his bald forehead. And the priest shall look at it and see if the swelling of the infection is reddish white on the bald head or on the bald forehead, as the appearance of leprosy on the skin of the body. He is a leprous man. He is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him unclean. Without fail, his infection is on his head. As for the leper who has the infection, his garments are torn and his head is uncovered, and he has to cover his upper lip and cry, "Unclean, unclean." He is unclean. All the yom he has the infection, he is unclean. He is unclean, and he dwells alone. His dwelling place is outside the camp. And when a garment has an infection of leprosy in it, in a woolen garment or in a linen garment, or the woven or knitted of linen or wool, or in leather or in any leather work, and the infection shall be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the leather, or the woven or knitted of linen or wool, or in any leather object, it is an infection of leprosy, and shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall look at the infection and shut up the infected one 7 yom. And he shall look at the infection on the 7th yom. And when the infection has spread in the garment, or the woven or knitted of linen or wool, or in the leather, or any leather work, the infection is an active leprosy. It is unclean. And he shall burn that garment, or the woven or knitted of linen or wool, in wool or in linen, or any leather object in which the infection is, for it is an active leprosy. It is burned with fire. But if the priest looks and see that the infection has not spread in the garment, or the woven or knitted of linen, of wool, or in any leather object, then the priest shall give command, and they shall wash that in which the infection is. And he shall shut it up another 7 yom. And the priest shall look at the infection after it has been washed and see if the infection has not changed its appearance. Though the infection has not spread, it is unclean, and burn it in the fire. It is eaten away in its side or outside, in its inside or outside. And if the priest shall look and see that the infection is faded after washing it, then he shall tear it out of the garment, or of the woven, or of the knitted, or out of the leather. And if it is still seen in the garment, or the woven or knitted of linen or wool, or in any leather object, it is a spreading infection. Burn it with fire, that in which the infection is. And if you wash the garment of woven or knitted of linen or wool, or any leather object, if the infection has disappeared from it, then it shall be washed a second time, and then shall be clean. This is the Torah of the infection of leprosy in a garment of wool or linen, or the woven or knitted of linen or wool, or in any leather object, to pronounce it clean or to pronounce it unclean.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Okay, so that was pretty gross, but got through it. So this was mostly about skin issues, diseases, sores, nasty stuff. This was a big problem that they had for a long time in the ancient times and beyond, but we don't really have these issues today, although leprosy is still with us today. It's easily controlled with antibiotics. It's an infection is what it is, but of course they didn't know anything about it back then. Those armadillos, they're known for carrying leprosy. So they're a big carrier of leprosy, but penicillin kills it immediately. And so it's not such a big deal nowadays, but back then it was a big deal. And so there was a lot of precautions, and it all the way to the point where a priest was designated to decide whether or not somebody was infected or not, because if they were, they gone. Go ahead, Ross.
The armadillos, they actually had a place here in Louisiana that did testing on the leprosy on them, because they could carry it. So they were actually infected by humans with the leprosy. And then they escaped out of there. Well, they say they escaped, but you know how the government works. But my question is, in this, if it has something to do with the woman being not good, why isn't it stated that the woman would be 14 days out of it, and in here the man is said to be 7 days? It just says it. The same thing happened with Miriam. She was only 7 days out, not 14 days. So I'm just trying to relate why it is in the other one versus this. And actually this is very contagious. So if they were doing it as a negative against a female, it seems like it would have been double for the female. You know what I mean? I'm looking at it.
I don't see the connection myself, but when they were putting them back, Well, when they were putting them back for 7 days, didn't matter if they were male or female. They were just making sure because when they saw it, they weren't sure if it was leprosy or not. So within 7 more days, they would know for sure, and they'd look at it again and see what has happened to it. And then if they could say, "Oh man, that is leprosy," then they would of course exile them. And if it wasn't, then they would have to just go wash up, get cleaned up, and they could go back into within the city.
Yeah.
So that's all that was. But I don't see a connection in that at all, Ross.
Yeah. No, I was
So,
just trying
that don't
to
mean
see.
it just means I don't see it.
Yeah. My other thing is that I don't think it said it in this. Might be the next chapter with it, but that a house can get leprosy. And I was
right.
wondering if a house can get leprosy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so if a
house down, yeah, that's right.
yeah, if a house gets leprosy, is that maybe like what do you call it? Mildew and mold. Is that what they are saying that is leprosy? Because mildew and mold, you really have to treat it good to keep it from coming back. And so once it gets into a house, really it's hard to get it out unless it's totally, everything is moved out of it or everything goes through. There's a machine that you can put that kills all the mold and everything, but it's as contagious as what that is. So for a long time, I've been wondering if it's that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I know that the germ, whatever it is that causes leprosy, the bacteria, can lay in the house, and then you can get it if you go into that house. It can be wind blowed or whatever onto your skin, and then you'll get leprosy. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be on an animal. It can lay in a house, and that's why they would burn the houses. But I don't think it has anything to do with, mold or anything. I think that's a totally different
So it must
animal.
be spore. It must go by spores as well.
I don't know how. The only way they could tell if a house had leprosy was if somebody who had leprosy was living in the house. And so if they would determine, oh man, that guy had leprosy, then nobody would want to move in that house, obviously. So they would just burn it down. They couldn't physically see anything. It just went by somebody. Whoever was living in there last had leprosy. And then, I wouldn't want to move into a house with somebody that had leprosy because you could catch leprosy out of the house. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not to see it. If somebody didn't say, hey, the last people that were living there had leprosy, you'd move in there because you wouldn't know any otherwise. I mean, you can't see leprosy. And until it starts growing and becomes a sore or something, then you can see it. So it's kind of microscopic until it actually takes hold of some flesh. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on leprosy? Like I say, it can be healed very quickly with penicillin now. So you don't hear much about it anymore. It's still around now. It didn't go anywhere. Nobody has any question? Who wants to read 14? Go ahead, JJ.
Okay. Chapter 14. And Yahuwah spoke. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, This shall be the Torah of the leper for the yom of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go out of the camp. And the priest shall look and see if the leprosy is healed in the leper. Then the priest shall command, and he shall take for him who is to be cleansed 2 live and clean birds, 2 live and clean birds, and cedar wood and scarlet and hyssop. And the priest shall command, and he shall kill one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. An earthen vessel. I have a question about that. What does that mean? It's an earth. Never mind. Let him take the live bird and the
What'd you
cedar
say?
wood. I was just curious what they meant by an earthen vessel here when it says.
Oh, and the priest shall command, and he shall kill one of the birds in an earthen vessel. Would be like a pottery,
Okay.
a clay pot or whatever.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Over running water, let him take the live bird and the cedar wood and the scarlet and the hyssop and dip them and the live bird and the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times on him who is to be cleansed from the leprosy, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the live bird loose in the open field. And he who is to be cleansed shall wash his garments, and shall shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, and shall be clean. Then after that he comes into the camp, but shall stay outside his tent 7 yamen, and on the 7th yom it shall be that he shaves all his hair off his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair he shaves off, and he shall wash his garments and wash his body in water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th yom he takes 2 male lambs, perfect ones, and 1 ewe lamb, a year old, a perfect one, and 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, and 1 log of oil. And the priest who is cleansing shall present the man who is to be cleansed with these offerings before Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall take 1 male lamb and bring it as a guilt offering, and the log of oil, and wave them as a wave offering before Yahuwah. And he shall slaughter the lamb in the place where he slaughters the sin offering and the burnt offering in a set apart place. For the guilt offering, like the sin offering, belongs to the priest. It is most kadesh. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and the priest shall put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. So weird. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand, and the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before Yahuwah. And of the rest of the oil in his hand, the priest puts some of it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on the blood of the guilt offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he puts on his head of him who is to be cleansed. And the priest shall make atonement for him before Yahuwah. And the priest shall make the sin offering, and make atonement for him who is to be cleansed from his uncleanness. Then afterwards he slaughters the burnt offering, and the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the grain offering on the altar. And the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be clean. But if he is poor and is unable to afford it, then he shall take 1 male lamb as a guilt offering to be waved to make atonement for him, and 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves, and 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to afford. And one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And he shall bring them to the priest of the 8th yom for his cleansing, to the door of the tent of the meeting before Yahuwah. And the priest shall take the lamb of the guilt offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them as a wave offering before Yahuwah. And he shall slaughter the lamb of the guilt offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then the priest pours some of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Yahuwah. And the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his hand on the tip of the right ear of him who is to be cleansed, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on the place of the blood of the guilt offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he puts on the head of him who is to be cleansed, to make atonement for him before Yahuwah. And he shall prepare one of the turtle doves or young pigeons, such as he is able to afford. That which he is able to afford, the one as a sin offering, and the other as a burnt offering, with the grain offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him who is to be cleansed before Yahuwah. This is the Torah for one had an infection of leprosy who was unable to afford for his cleansing. This is long. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and Aaron, saying, when you come into the land of Canaan, which I am giving you as a possession, and I put a plague of leprosy in a house in the land of your possession, then shall the one who owns the house come and inform the priest, saying, it seems to me that there is some plague in the house. And the priest shall command, and they shall empty the house before the priest goes in to look at the plague, so that all this is in the house is not made unclean. And after that the priest goes in to look at the house, and he shall look at the plague and see if the plague was on the walls of the house. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's not me. House with sunken places, greenish or reddish, which appear to be deep in the wall. Then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house and shut up the house 7 yom. And the priest shall come again on the 7th yom and look and see. If the plague has spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command, and they shall remove the stones with the plague in them, and they shall throw them outside of the city into an unclean place, while he lets the house be scraped inside all around, and the dust that they scrape off they shall pour out in an unclean place outside the city. And they shall take other stones and put them in the place of the stones, and take other mortar and plaster the house. And if the plague comes back and breaks out in the house after he has removed the stones, after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look and see if the plague has spread in the house. It is an active leprosy in the house. It is unclean, and he shall break down the house, its stones and its timber, and all the plaster of the house. And he shall bring them outside the city to an unclean place. And he who goes into the house all the yom while it's shut up becomes unclean until evening. And he who lies down in the house has to wash his garments, and he who eats in the house has to wash his garments. However, if the priest indeed comes in and looks at it and sees that the plague has not spread in the house after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean. Because the plague is healed, and to cleanse the house, he shall take 2 birds and cedar wood and scarlet and hyssop, and he shall kill one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water, and he shall take the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet and the live bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird in the running water, and shall sprinkle the house 7 times. He shall thus cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and the running water, and the live bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. And he shall... Sorry, I'm not trying to like pause. My radio keeps going off, and I'm just making sure it's not me. And he shall let the live bird loose outside the city in the open field, and shall make atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the Torah for any infection of leprosy and eruption, and for leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a swelling, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the Torah of leprosy.
All right, thanks, JJ. Okay, so I guess Ross was right. They do call mold or mildew whatever leprosy in here. This definitely ain't the bacteria because you can't see that. So this must be some kind of weird, whatever, growth, mold, mildew, whatever, in these houses here that looks unclean to them. Maybe black mold or whatever. Okay. Then they're calling it leprosy, but it's not leprosy. You know, they're just calling it leprosy. Go ahead, Ross.
After Katrina, I saw red, I saw the black, and several other colors, yellow, and all mold. And I was working at the Home Depot, and it was in there.
Yeah.
And you know, so there's quite a few, because I just looked it up after I had said it before, and it can be greenish or reddish, but we know that it's black too. So and they were saying that it was called mildew or fungus in there. And that's also why I think that he says not to lay up treasures on the earth, to lay up the treasures in the Shamaim. You know, because the blight can hit everything that we lay up as a treasure here versus the treasure that is in the Shamaim.
Okay. Anybody got any questions on chapter 14, 13, 14? That's the same kind of thing, huh? Just talking about mold, mildew, and leprosy, and the stuff that required of them to do about it. This chapter 15 kind of same, kind of ends all that. Let's go ahead and knock that out so we can start next week with live atonement and stuff. Get this disease and sores and stuff out of the way here. Who wants to finish the day and read chapter 15 for us? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, well, we're going to do another one to knock it out. All right. And Yahuwah spake to Musa and to Aharon, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When any man has a discharge from his flesh, his discharge is unclean, and this is his uncleanliness in regard to his discharge. whether his flesh runs with discharge or his flesh is stopped up by his discharge, it is his uncleanness. Any bed becomes unclean on which he who has the discharge lies, and any object on which he sits becomes unclean. And anyone who touches his bed has to wash his garments, and shall bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And he who sits on any object on which he who has the discharge sat has to wash his garments, and shall bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And he who touches the flesh of him who has the discharge has to wash his garments, and shall bathe in water and shall be unclean until evening. And when he who has the discharge spits on him who is clean, then he shall wash his garments and shall bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Any saddle on which he who has the discharge rides becomes unclean. And he who ever touches any of that which was under him is unclean until evening. And he who is carrying them up has to wash his garments, and shall bathe in water and be unclean until the evening. And anyone who has the discharge touches without rinsing his hands in water shall wash his garments and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And the earthen vessel which he who has the discharge touches has to be broken, and every wooden vessel has to be rinsed in water. And when he who has a discharge is cleansed of his discharge, then he shall count for himself 7 yeomen for his cleansing, and shall wash his garments, and shall bathe his flesh in running water and be clean. And on the 8th yom he takes for himself 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and shall come before Yahuwah to the door of the tent of meeting, and shall give them to the priest. And the priest shall prepare them, the one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him before Yahuwah because of his discharge. And when a man has an emission of semen, then he shall wash all his flesh in water and be unclean until evening. And any garment and any leather on which there is semen shall also be washed with water and be unclean until evening. And when an asha lies with a man, and there is an emission of semen, they both shall bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And when an asha has a discharge, and the discharge from her flesh is blood, she has to be in her separation for 7 yeomen. And whoever touches her is unclean until evening. And whatever she lies on during her separation is unclean, and whatever she sits on is unclean. And anyone who touches her bed has to wash in garments, and shall bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And whoever touches any object that she sat on has to wash his garments, and shall bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And if it is on the bed or on any object on which she sits, when he touches it, he is unclean until evening. And if any man lies with her at all, and her monthly flow is on him, he shall be unclean 7 yeomen. And any bed he lies on is unclean. And when an asha has a discharge of blood for many yeomen, other than at the time of her monthly separation, or when she discharges beyond her usual time of monthly separation, all the yeomen of her unclean discharge shall be as the yeomen of her monthly separation. She is unclean. Any bed on which she lies, all the yeomen of her discharge is to her as the bed of her monthly separation. And whatever she sits on is unclean as the uncleanliness of her monthly separation. And anyone who touches them is unclean, and shall wash his garments, and shall bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. But if she is cleansed of her discharge, then she shall count for herself 7 yeomen, and after that she is clean. And on the 8th yom, she takes herself 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and shall bring them to the priest to the door of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall prepare the one as a sin offering, and the other as a burnt offering, And the priest shall make atonement for her before Yahuwah for the discharge of her uncleanliness. Thus you shall separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, lest they die in their uncleanness when they defile my Mishkan, which is in their midst. This is the Torah for one who has a discharge, and for him who emits semen and is unclean thereby, and for her who is sick in her monthly separation, and for one who has a discharge, either man or Asha, and for him who lies with an unclean woman.
All right. Wow. Okay. Thanks, Jen. Okay. So that about finishes that off. Kind of a gross subject there, wasn't it? I kind of ended up kind of funky today, but we'll be recovered by next week and get into some more of this stuff. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this last chapter 15? All right. How about today's study at all? Any questions, thoughts, comments on today's study? Any comments, thoughts, questions about last night's study? All right, then I guess we're all ready to leave. And all right, well, Joe, I guess they're waiting on you to get them out of here.
Okay. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem.
B'Shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'Shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'Shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'Shem. Shalom, everyone. I love you.
Shabbat.
Love y'all.
Thank you all for the prayers, by the way. I just wanted to say thank you all for praying for my daughter-in-law and my grandson. Thank you all so much. I think it
All
helped.
esteem to Yahusha.
How are they doing, JJ?
I'm a little exhausted, to be honest with you all. I've been at work. I'm going on, I don't know. I've been here since Thursday.
Right.
And I think June, is it snowing at home?
Well, it has been, but it's turned into a real bad sleet. So we got some rain right now.
Oh, it's snowing there?
Mhm.
Well, yeah, and I
Nice.
think I'm going to get iced in here, so I think I'm going to be stuck here at work because I don't have any way to get home. I have a really small car, so I'm going to be
Right. Do you have heat in your mini home?
I do, but if I lose power,
Oh, you don't have a fire stove or something.
yeah, no,
Wood
unfortunately,
stove? No.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, yeah, it's pretty cold here.
Yeah,
Apparently,
it's really
it was gonna be a polar or something like
Mhm.
minus hard, like I don't know Fahrenheit, but it was gonna be very very low.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Mark is wearing a sweater. Come on.
I know. Poor Mark, are you cold over there?
Freezing to death at 27 degrees here.
I thought it was a priestly garment when I first saw it. All that blue and white goes.
I know. I thought it was too. I thought it was one of those.
Priestly tent there.
It's actually my wife. I snatched it on the way in there. Put it on.
Did you leave your fireplace, Mark?
I got it. Yeah, the fireplace has been burning, but I'm not feeling it up here.
Right. Do you light your fireplace, June?
Oh yeah, we finally got our fireplace going, so we're good. We got gas, so if anything happens, we can crank that up, and we're good to go now.
When I get home, I'm coming over,
There
sitting
you
right in front of
go.
your fireplace.
That's right. Come on.
You know I will.
Well, all right. We're gonna sign off and get
Love
something
y'all.
to eat here.
Love
and
you
warm
guys.
up.
Love y'all.
Love
Bye,
you.
bye. Shabbat shalom. Bye, Mark.
Shabbat shalom. Bye.
Stay warm, Mark.
I will.
Uh,
You too.
bye.